Entérate en las últimas tendencias y mejores prácticas en pruebas de software en hands-on testing. Del 27 al 31 de agosto, conoce herramientas para hacer más rápido y eficiente tus pruebas. Bienvenidos a la época de la inteligencia artificial. Nos vemos el 31 de agosto en las oficinas de WeWork, Lago, Alberto, en Ciudad de México. Ven a divertirte, aprender y conocer a otros testers. Dale click y no te lo pierdas.
Meet the Squad, Softechian Quality Assurance Team. With testing pros from LATAM, USA, Spain, and India. Their passion? Hunting and crushing bugs to make apps run seamlessly. In addition to hanging out and learning new moves on the dance floor. The first team from LATAM to achieve the highest software testing maturity, TMMI Level 5. Our SQuat professionals are trained and certified in top tech and methodologies like ISTQB, CSTE, Selenium, Scrum, Artificial Intelligence, W3C, WAI. And along their soft tech journey, they are mentored by top QA gurus throughout the world. SQuat. What do? Detect and debug the software of the future so that the rest of us can play e-games, travel around the world, receive our packages on time, order our favorite food, shop anywhere. Join the Squad.
En nuestra sección de consejos para el tester. Dafne, dinos por favor, ¿qué le dirías a un tester junior? Que se preparen, que estudien, que busquen e investiguen. Tienen que aprender técnicas, tienen que aprender de diferentes tipos de testing, tienen que entrar a sus juntas, tienen que leer, tienen que saber del negocio, tienen que seguirnos en nuestras redes, pero sobre todo, les tiene que apasionar esto. Así que ya saben, los que quieren aprender más, quieren seguir subiendo de nivel, quieren certificarse, quieren reírse un rato, pues síganos en todas nuestras redes, QMySlab, búsquennos.
Today, the technology industry is growing very fast, generating a great variety of opportunities and needs for companies and IT professionals. QA Minds Talento is a solution of QA Minds Lab, created specially to generate the connection between great talents, great companies, and great projects. If you're looking for new challenges and better job opportunities, enter our platform and apply for any vacancy of your interest. Develop yourself professionally by supporting our partner companies. If you are Mexican, you can be part of QA Minds Lab, working directly with us and getting the following benefits. Labor benefits. 6 additional days with pay for eventualities, access to our training platform, as well as life insurance and major medical expenses. If you are an independent professional and live in Central and South America, we also have opportunities for you. We offer you the option to join different projects of your interest. Do you have a company and are looking to fill IT positions? QA Minds Talento collaborates with you in the recruitment of qualified professionals to join your team, saving resources and increasing the productivity of your company. QA Minds Talento, your connection to new opportunities and new talents.
En un mundo donde el conocimiento es poder, solo los mejores y los más sabios llegan a la cima. A lo largo de la historia, los pioneros han marcado el camino, ampliando los límites de lo posible e inspirando a otros a seguir sus pasos. Y en este mundo, un conocimiento de alta calidad merece una certificación de alta calidad. Durante 20 años, ISKI ha estado a la vanguardia de la certificación de profesionales en todo el mundo. Nuestra dedicación a la calidad es insuperable y nuestras personas certificadas están reconocidas como algunas de las mejores del sector. ISKI forjó una alianza con Pearson VUE, el proveedor líder de centros de exámenes por ordenador, para permitir a personas de todo el mundo llevar sus carreras a nuevas cotas. En un mundo acelerado en el que la usabilidad es cada vez más importante, ISKI está adoptando las últimas y más innovadoras tecnologías, allanando el camino para una nueva era del aprendizaje. Como pionero en los exámenes en línea, ISKI ha introducido los exámenes basados en tabletas. En ISKI nos adaptamos rápidamente y nos convertimos en la primera empresa en ofrecer exámenes con supervisor remoto. Obtén ahora tu certificado con el examen de supervisor remoto ISKI y da un paso más por tus conocimientos. Únete hoy mismo a las filas de los profesionales certificados ISKI. ISKI, liderando el camino hacia un futuro de alta calidad, impulsado por la calidad, como siempre ha sido.
Va de nuevo. Hola, ¿qué tal a todos? Bienvenidos a Hands-on Testing. Mi nombre es Blanca Moreno. Creo que por ahí teníamos un problema de audio. Y les doy la bienvenida a esta 7ª edición de Hands-on Testing. Y espero que para ustedes sea tan informativo como para nosotros. Este año Hands-on Testing, el tema es precisamente en desarrollar los skills para que ustedes puedan pues no ser reemplazados por la inteligencia artificial o sientan que los puede reemplazar la inteligencia artificial, sino todo lo contrario, ustedes vean estas nuevas herramientas como una manera de ser más eficientes, mejorar sus procesos. Y pues bueno, los invito a que si no han visto las charlas el día de ayer, bueno, también vayan y los vean en nuestro canal de YouTube, Minds, y ahí vamos a estar haciendo la transmisión toda esta semana. Recuerden que Hands on Testing es hasta el día viernes online y el sábado, el 31 de agosto, a las 8:30 comienza el registro en WeWork, Lago, Alberto, en Ciudad de México. Entonces, por ahí los esperamos. Y pues bueno, les platico un poco acerca de lo que esperamos para el día de hoy. Y recuerden que hoy tenemos un workshop para aprender pruebas de seguridad de APIs con Abdesamad, que enseguida ahorita nos lo van a presentar para que puedan ustedes darse una introducción en este taller. Para poder participar en el taller hay que registrarse, entonces si ustedes quieren entrar y no se alcanzaron a registrar, bueno, por ahí nos pueden escribir al correo de contacto@handsontesting.com y ahí les pueden dar la liga de acceso para que ustedes puedan participar. El taller es de 3 horas y comienza en unos minutos. También el día de hoy tendremos un testathon, así que estén atentos al momento de arranque, donde estarán participando por premios en efectivo, bueno, no en efectivo, en dinero, una bolsa de dinero, y será una ventana de 4 horas para que se preparen, para que estén atentos. Y también recuerden que si ustedes quieren participar por becas, en una rifa de becas que tendremos con diferentes academias, está la academia de Crowdar, la academia de Abstractar, de Minds Lab, habrá vouchers para exámenes de certificados. Entonces, va a estar bueno. Si quieren participar en esa rifa, vayan a la página de handsontesting.com y ahí pueden realizar el registro. Y después de decirles todo eso, bueno, las charlas del día de hoy. Para el día de hoy tendremos en las siguientes las primeras charlas van a ser en inglés. No hay traducción simultánea, pero bueno, los invitamos a que pues aprendan inglés y si no, pues disfruten las charlas. Eventualmente algunas de estas charlas las subiremos al canal de YouTube y ya tendrán subtítulos y todo, pero bueno, por lo pronto estamos en vivo y si ustedes tienen dudas de lo que están platicando nuestros speakers, por ahí les pueden escribir. Entonces vamos a tener una charla con Shelly para hablar sobre un framework agnóstico, dice ella. Ella es de la compañía Dell y es una speaker también muy reconocida, así que no se lo puedan perder, está muy buena. Y también por ahí vamos a tener a Francois Martín, quien también nos va a estar hablando de cuáles fueron los principios que adoptaron los de Apolo. Y también vamos a hablar de inteligencia artificial, porque de eso se trata todo el evento, ¿no? Por ahí, Reed Schmidling nos va a hablar de cómo hacemos responsable a la inteligencia artificial. Así que no se pierdan este primer track de charlas y de actividades. Por ahora vamos a ir hacia el taller. Ya nos están esperando y pues para poderle dar la bienvenida. Así que disfruten mientras arrancamos.
to integrate API security testing within your existing toolchain. So first, I'm going.
Recording stop.
Your security testing capabilities. So since it's a workshop, so we'll see a lot of demos, a lot of labs. So before the training, I guess you have received, or according to the training description, you need to have some tools installed already on your machine. But if you didn't have the time to do so, no worries. I will provide you with the lab environment. Ready to use. The only thing that you need to access this lab is to have just a web browser, and then you will have access to a sandbox that contains all the tools, all the materials that you will need in order to follow up and practice during this session. And we'll finish with some conclusions, and we'll try to open up the discussion and see your feedbacks and how we can integrate all of the tooling and the concepts that we will see together in this workshop. And I will basically also try to provide you with some common pitfalls and some mistakes that you need to avoid in case you want to integrate these tools within your organization, because this is something that I've been working on for almost 10 years, and when trying to embed security testing, it's not an easy task. So that's why I'll provide you with some pitfalls and some tricks to avoid in order to embed this security approaches or these new approaches seamlessly within your organization. So about myself, so my name is Abdi Samad Timar, but you can refer to me as Abdi, which is the short version. I work as an application security engineer, and I do also provide a lot of training. I am based in Paris, where I work for a financial company, but my roots are from Morocco. In the past, I used to work as an full-time pen tester. So if you know, this kind of title is where you come as a consultant or as an external consultant to perform security testing before deploying stuff to the production or before pushing new releases. So I was, let's say, on the offensive side. So my goal was only to point out errors and then provide developers with feedbacks in order to fix the issue that has been identified. But since 5 years, 5 years ago, I switched to a completely different roles. So now I work closely with DevOps teams and developers and QA testers in order to prevent from the beginning having this security issues that I used to detect as a penetration tester. So this way we can build secure application and push with confidence the new release and new changes to our clients. So this allow me to have or having this double background allow me to go deeper in the automation of security testing, but also understanding the constraints and the requirement of developers, which they have their own tools, their own process, their own deadlines. So it's important to have this double point of view in order to effectively integrate security testing into an existing toolchain. I am also founder of Keycloak Academy, which is an online platform that teach about a solution called Keycloak, which is an identity and access management solution. This is something that I also work with my developer teams. So the goal is to use this solution in order to have a central point that manage identity, but also authorization for all the application within our organization. I also had a chance to contribute to the OWASP community, which is the Open Worldwide Application Security Program. So this program is open organization that with one single goal is to provide developers with tools, guidelines, and resources to secure their application. So we have many projects and guidelines that are available. The famous one is the OWASP Top 10 risk for web application, but we also have one for API and mobile application. And we have many different tools that can be used to scan your projects and secure your application. So if you don't have a chance to check the tools from this organization, you can check their website. It's the OWASP.org. And from there, you will see a bunch of useful resources that you can use within your existing job as a developer or as a QA tester. I also had a chance to speak to different conferences. So as an application security engineer, mainly I speak into hacking and security conferences, but I try sometimes to apply also for dev and testing conferences like hands-on testing, for example, in order to get in touch with developers and with the dev community to have their feedback, because it's really important to consider their opinions and also their constraints. This way we can build up something that satisfies both parties, because from the security perspective, we always want things to be secured And we also have our own, let's say, requirements to fulfill. But it's also important to consider the developer and the QA tester perspective, because this way we can came out with a solution that work out for both parties. So after this introduction, I will move to the agenda of this workshop. So I will try to provide a light format, so this way we can respect the time slots available for this session. So first, I will try to explain the manual approach, how we can do application security testing as a penetration tester or as a security analyst. So the input here is the API definition or the API target that we want to assess. And then we perform some security checks, which are a combination of manual testing and semi-automated testing. And the result would be a security report that contains the list of vulnerability that need to be fixed. So this process is a time-consuming process, and sometimes it requires many days depending how many URLs we need to test, and also the number of profiles, etc. So I will try just to give an introduction on how we can achieve this. I will talk about the tools, the guidelines that we can use to effectively test an API. And then we'll see how we can automate this process, because let's suppose that your organization have to push releases every week or every month or every semester. Depending on the size of your company, you cannot do manual security testing each time. This will create a bottleneck for dev team, and it will also slow down the process. So we'll see how we can automate at least the most important checks and embed them along with our existing workflow and process. And then we'll finish with the conclusion. And the goal here is to discuss the limitation of the automation, automated testing, and also the benefits. And I will also open up the discussion if you have any question on the stuff that we'll discover today in this session. So that's it for the agenda. So please don't hesitate if you have questions. I will try to keep an eye on the chat. Otherwise, I will answer all the questions at the end of the session. So also, if you want to enable your microphone and take on the stage and ask your question, feel free to do so. I want this to be an interactive session, so this way I can provide you with the thing that you want to have during this this workshop. Perfect. So as I said, we'll start first by exploring the API security testing and how it can be done. Okay. So for the manual approach and from a penetration tester point of view, there are some steps that we need to follow in order to assess the security of an API. And each penetration tester has its own methodology, but it always comes to these three main steps or three main stages. And so I will try to explain each one, and also the example of vulnerability that we need to check, and the setup required in order to test an API security. So the first step is what we call the reconnaissance. Then we have endpoint analysis, and the third step is exploits the issue and the vulnerability in the API. So depending on the type of the engagements, as a penetration tester, usually we have two types of assessments. So the first one is what we call black box testing. The second is white box testing. So the difference between the two testing approach is that the first one, we have almost zero information about our target. So we don't have any clue about the target that we want to test. The only information that we have is, for example, the name of the API or at least the URL. Okay. So here, for example, we only have the URL or the root URL of the API that we want to test. Okay. The second approach is completely different. Here we have full knowledge of the API that we want to test. So basically we have the API definition, like the Swagger files. We also have some Postman collection in order to test the API and play with it. We have the source code. We have all the necessary information regarding this API. And in terms of results, this approach usually allow us to detect more issues, because let's suppose you start black box testing and we didn't manage to identify the entry point and the different URLs. At the end of the assessment, we will almost have no issue or no vulnerabilities to report. But with the white box testing, and since we have all the information that we need, we can, this will allow us to, in terms of coverage, we will be able to cover all the endpoints related to this API. And in terms of results, we will have a big chance to detect and exploit vulnerability. So here I'm always speaking as a penetration tester. So the second difference between the two is this one require a lot of times, because since we don't have any information, we need to collect the maximum information about this target API. So that's why we have the reconnaissance phase. So the reconnaissance phase, the goal is to collect and identify all the information related to our API. So, and the approach can be different regarding the, or depending on the type of test. So if I'm doing a black box testing, I need to do some intels like searching in public documentation, searching on public GitHub, and see if there is any leaked information about this API, if it's private one. And if it's a public API, I will just check the online documentation, and this way I have the information that I need in order to continue with the following steps. So here the goal again is to collect the API definition, calls, API calls, also the technology used. Was it built using Spring? Was it built using Express, etc., etc.? So all this information allow me to move on to the next step, which is the endpoint analysis. So the endpoint analysis, this involves examining the HTTP and the HTTP request and response sent back by our API. Okay, so this allows us to, for example, identify what type of data are sent, what type of functionalities, is there any leaked secret information inside this API, is there something that we are not supposed to see or use as an anonymous user or as a simple user, etc., etc. So here, the outcomes of this step, we have a list of potential issues. that we need to target later on the third step. Okay. So I will give just a basic example. So let's suppose that we, during the endpoint analysis, we have identified an API that search inside the database. So in the exploit and on step, we'll try to see if we can abuse this form, for example, to access data that belong to other users, or exploit maybe a SQL injection in order to extract all the database. So this is the kind of stuff we can test during this step. Okay, so this is the general approach. But if we want to be sure that we cover everything during the endpoint analysis step, we have many guidelines that can be used as a reference in order to make sure that we don't miss out anything important. So here I have a list from the OWASP top 10 risk. OWASP top 10 risk for API. Okay, so this document contains the list of the top 10 risks that that are common for API. Okay, so this is something that I cannot miss out as a penetration tester or as a security analysis. I definitely need to check if my API, depending on its nature, if is vulnerable or not to this top 10 risk. Of course, there is more than top 10 than this top 10, but it will be a shame if I push to the production or release a new version of my API and it's vulnerable to some of these issues. Okay, so that's why we have this document. So at least these 10 common issues or risks are covered during our security process, or even during our assessment. So here I have, we won't go through the details. This is not the goal of this training, but in a nutshell, we check if we can do some injection. We analyze the authentication process. We see if the API doesn't leak any sensitive information. Some other important aspect is the access control. For example, we check if a user is restricted only to his scope, or maybe he can abuse other functionality and access data that belong to other users. We also check the functionalities. For example, if the API related to the admin area are only restricted to privileged user. So this is some example of the thing that we check, and also the misconfiguration. So let's suppose that from the source code perspective, we done everything to secure our API. We have correct authentication, we have secure access control, but let's suppose that you store your session on Redis database with a default credential, or you expose this database and inside an attacker might find tokens or sensitive information that can allow him later on to have access to users' data. So this is not something that is not related to the application itself or the source code of the application, but it's related to the environment and its configuration. So it's important to not only cover the vulnerability related to the application level, but also the environment that is used to host the application. So this is briefly the kind of thing we test, but if you want to make sure that we cover all the aspect related to API security, we have a nice document called the OWASP Application Security Verification Standard. So the aim of this document is to provide testers, developers, and also architects, etc., with the list of steps or verification that you need to go through in order to validate the security of your web application or your API. So this is a general document about software security. Okay, but we have dedicated sessions, for example, for mobile, for API. And in fact, we have detailed section about API and web services. So you have a dedicated section for RESTful API, SOAP, GraphQL, etc. So for each section, you have the list of things that you need to verify, okay, with the description and also the corresponding details on how to check it. Okay, so using this resource, I can make sure that during the endpoint analysis, which is a crucial step, if I have go through all the necessary checks and then exploit them during the last step. Okay, so this is basically how the general approach.
Hola, hola, ya estamos de vuelta. Bueno, ahí estuvimos un poquito con el... Creo que se oye mucho ruido contigo, Daf.
Espérame.
Estuvimos ahí en el taller de Abdi, hablando acerca un poco de ahí de las pruebas a seguridad de APIs. La verdad es que ya nos estábamos quedando ahí todos, pero bueno, por ahí ya les pusimos en el chat la liga de registro si ustedes quieren continuar participando e incluso hacerle preguntas a Abdi. Y pues bueno, nosotros tenemos que continuar con la agenda. Entonces, lo primero es, antes de continuar, es decirles, agradecerles a nuestros patrocinadores que hacen posible este evento. Uno de ellos es Softec, que es una empresa, una consultora en tecnología, en desarrollo de software. También está Brightest, que es uno de los partners con los que trabajamos para tener certificaciones acerca de testing, y una de las certificaciones y abusados, porque luego vamos a tener en QA Minds Lab uno de sus cursos que tienen ellos, que es precisamente cómo hacer pruebas, cómo aprender, yo pienso, a utilizar herramientas de inteligencia artificial para hacer pruebas. Y bueno, para que ustedes también se certifiquen. Y bueno, les adelanto, a lo mejor todavía dicen, pero ¿quién es ese individuo? Quien da ese workshop es Tariq. Digo, no sabemos si lo vamos a poder traer a él o hagamos una versión en español para que también ustedes puedan aprovecharlo. Y así que muy bueno, así que pongan atención. Mañana vamos a tener a Tariq empezando el segundo track por la tarde. Y también está la empresa de Qualify. Qualify es una empresa dedicada, especialista en consultoría de pruebas de calidad, que tienen una amplia gama de servicios en cuanto a las pruebas que ellos son capaces de hacer, desde pruebas manuales, automatización, de performance, de accesibilidad, de un montón. Así que los invitamos a que vayan y vean sus sitios. Digo, todos los patrocinadores siempre tienen como vacantes, es bueno que los conozcan, que sepan de sus proyectos. Igual con la compañía Crowdar, quienes también, ellos además de ser, bueno, siempre han estado con nosotros, los queremos mucho, siempre han sido nuestros patrocinadores, pero además la academia de Crowdar, porque ellos también dan cursos, recuerden que estarán en la rifa que vamos a tener el día viernes, bueno, habrá becas para algunos de los cursos que ellos otorgan también. Y también somos partners de ISKI para aquellos que quieren certificarse en ISTQB Foundations. Bueno, nosotros somos proveedores oficiales del curso. Aquí Dafne, la maestra oficial. Dicen, pues no sé, siempre se pone a alegar acerca de...
Siempre me pongo a pelear del
ISKI y lo que comenta. Y bueno, otro de nuestros patrocinadores, digo así, me voy a echar nada más la mitad, pero lo otro de nuestros patrocinadores es Coherent Solutions, que también es una empresa consultora que aunque en México es chiquita, la realidad es que pues no es tan chiquita, son como 1,000 empleados alrededor del mundo, tienen proyectos muy interesantes, los invitamos también a que vayan y vean las vacantes que tienen, los conozcan. Y también nuestros amigos de Muctes. Muctes que siempre han colaborado con nosotros desde hace varios años. Muctes es una empresa especialista también en pruebas de seguridad, pero lo interesante de ellos es su herramienta clave con la que ellos trabajan y ofrecen sus servicios. Ellos tienen una herramienta basada en inteligencia artificial que es pues ya sabemos que de todas maneras tendríamos que aprender a programar. Pero cuando necesitamos velocidad, su herramienta, su técnica y su estrategia, que con la herramienta que ellos trabajan, pueden tener, no sé, 400 scripts automatizados en una semana, ¿no? Es sumamente rápida. Y bueno, es más, si no me creen, vamos a ver un demo. ¿Quieres verlo?
Pues sí, oye, ya me dejaste ahí intrigada con 400 en una semana. Dije, espera.
Hello there. Today I'm going to show you how Muctest uses Amico AI to build a full regression test suite in days instead of months or years. Okay, so we are logged into the Muctest platform. Think of it as a QA platform specifically designed for managing AI agents. This handles basically everything about the QA process, and at any point can export your test into Playwright Selenium or Appium scripts. These are all open source, so you're never locked in. So what I'm going to do is set up a workspace with my credentials for the AI agent to use. Now that I've saved it, I'll launch an AI exploration for this environment. And voila. As you can see here, our AI is now exploring and learning the platform while designing a test suite. What happens in the background is that AI is learning and determining what are the most important tests to create. This takes a little while, of course, but let's compare this to a human tester. What you're seeing now would take weeks, if not months, for a human to do at the same quality bar. Okay, now we have hundreds of design test cases, where the AI has gone through and said, here are the test cases that would comprise a solid test suite. You can see there are about 200 here. This varies based on the size of your software. Now, we need to turn these from words into automated tests. Before we do that, we have a human tester review the test designs and make any edits because obviously there are some things that a human needs to review. So what a human tester does is review all the tests to make sure they're collectively exhaustive as a suite. Then they review each test individually to make any slight adjustments to specific test cases. The human tester then greenlights tests for automation, and as you can see, Amico AI starts automating the tests once they are accepted. The tester can then jump to the automated tests and review those too. What this does is it changes the role of a tester from someone who has to do all this tedious work manually to more of a QA manager overseeing the AI and getting involved here and there. This is really cool for a lot of QAs. So here we can look into an example of an automated test case. When you click into an automated test case, you can see all the different features we have for editing a test case. For example, we are going to add a block here for logging into the platform. Now it is ready to be executed. Oh, and one last thing. If you change your UI and it breaks some or all of the tests, Amico AI helps us rebuild them so you are back to a fully automated regression test suite.
Ok. ¿Viste? 2 minutos y ya tienes el caso automatizado y ejecutado. Entonces, ¿tú crees que no pueden hacer 400 casos de prueba en una semana? ¡Claro que pueden!
Me encanta. Creado y ejecutado.
Ajá.
O sea,
Exacto.
ahí te encargo, mana.
Ajá, o sea, sí, lo que platicábamos el día de ayer, ¿no? Si estamos pensando que la inteligencia artificial nos va a reemplazar, no, es nuestro aliado, pues, ¿no?
Sí, pues para poder hacer más pruebas, para poder estar más proyectos, para poder trabajar más rápido, ese aliado, claro que sí.
Sí, normalmente nosotros cuando estamos como trabajando con una consultora, quiero decir, no sé, vamos y nos empleamos con ellos en sus proyectos, algunas veces nos pasa que, pues, ¿cómo le dices a tu, por ejemplo, a tu jefe, yo soy mejor que el otro? No estás como en esa
Así.
competencia. Así, yo soy mejor que el otro, córrelo, despídelo. No, pero lo que buscas es decir, bueno, ¿cuál es tu propuesta, tu valor agregado? Y si tú dices, bueno, sé manejar ciertas herramientas, te puedo trabajar así de veloz, te puedo tener cierta documentación, sé ciertas técnicas de prueba, bueno,
Ajá.
tú estás agregando valor al equipo, ¿no?
No, y a tu perfil como tal, ¿no? Estás agregando valor.
Ujú.
Oye, antes de que continuemos, me gustaría contestar algunos mensajes por ahí que estaban haciendo algunos comentarios que hablaban de que habíamos mencionado sobre una charla enfocada a testes de videojuegos. Esa va a ser el viernes. Es un panel, de hecho, con Alicia.
Un
Así
panel
que
y con el director de operaciones de Amber, una empresa
y el
también de
director.
videojuegos.
Exactamente, así que es el viernes, apúntele bien, si no vaya a handsontesting.com, puede ver la agenda, ahí va a checar cuándo va a ser, ustedes tranquilos. Pero les vamos a ir avisando de todos modos, ¿ok? Sí, no hemos tenido un workshop para testing de videojuegos, pero algún día, ustedes tengan
Próximamente.
paciencia. Próximamente, usted tenga paciencia, ¿no? Y para aquellos que dicen que no pueden escuchar la transmisión y verla al mismo tiempo y poner atención, va a quedar esto grabado unos días, aquí lo van a poder ver, pero poquitito, o sea, bien poquitito, ¿ok? Para que estén atentos.
Muy bien. Pues gracias por responder por eso. Pero vamos a un anuncio que todo el mundo está esperando, así por favor, ya hablen de ello.
¿La
¿Dónde
lotería?
está? Vamos a hablar del testathon.
Oh
Muy
my
bien, primero, ¿qué es un
God.
testathon? El testathon es una nueva iniciativa que tenemos, que estamos lanzando el día de hoy, pero fíjense cómo va, pongan atención, ¿no? Así que si tienen sus amigos testers que quieren ganar una oportunidad, que quieren ganar dinero, pues, y que quieren aprender cómo probar videojuegos, bueno, esta es la práctica que estaban buscando. ¿De qué se va a tratar? Vamos a tener periódicamente este torneo, este testatón, donde vamos a estar participando con diferentes compañías de videojuegos. Entonces, hoy es el arranque de todo este proyecto y nuestro primer invitado es Cosmic Rafts. Así que si ahora mismo van a la página de cosmicrafts.com y ven el videojuego, verán que es un videojuego web, el cual tienen que descargar e instalar. Entonces, ¿cuál es la dinámica para participar en esta ocasión? Tienen todo el día de hoy para ir al videojuego, descargarlo, crear un usuario y ahora sí que les vamos a dar pasos de ventaja. Vayan explorándolo. El día de
Todavía ventaja. Qué
Ajá.
bárbaro.
El día de mañana, en punto de las 10 de la mañana, vamos a abrir el registro. Ya, fíjense, porque nada más van a tener 4 horas para poder realizar las actividades. Entonces, hoy van al juego, al videojuego, lo bajan, lo exploran, y mañana, 10 de la mañana, hora central de México, abrimos el registro, y entonces sí, vamos a reconocer, tienen 4 horas para documentar los defectos que encuentren, y vamos a reconocer al cazador más hábil, o sea, aquella persona que más defectos haya encontrado, pero luego sabemos que son bien apasionados, entonces dijimos, ¿y qué tal si hay 2 primeros lugares? Entonces, a uno le vamos a dar un premio en cash, ¿no? Que son $250, y el otro, sí, el que sea más bueno de esos 2, le vamos a dar un certificado de un voucher, más bien un voucher para que pueda realizar la certificación de Video Game Tester, lo cual está
¿Qué tal?
por el organismo de ISTQB, para que ustedes para que vean que no es así como cualquier certificación, pues, ¿no? O sea, para que demuestren que sí saben. Y también vamos a reconocer a aquel que encuentre el bug más crítico, porque aquí lo interesante no solamente es como qué tan rápido eres, sino, bueno, y te estás enfocando en las cosas importantes de las pruebas. Entonces, yo no sé, a ver, Dafne, tú cuando trabajas con equipos de testers, ¿qué es lo que necesitas en tu equipo que te diga rápidamente?
Información, lo que encontraron el defecto, el escenario, los datos, los quiero aquí todos.
Ajá, los que son más críticos, más riesgosos para tu proyecto, ¿no?
Sí,
Y,
que tienen que
y que
entenderme el
requieran
negocio.
rápido. Ujú.
Rápido.
Ajá.
Sí,
Entonces,
sí, sí.
nosotros a través de este testatón, bueno, queremos reconocer a aquellos que sean los más hábiles y que puedan reconocer a los bugs más críticos. Así que no se lo
Exactamente.
pierdan.
O sea, le estamos dando ventaja, fíjate, le estamos dando ventaja que el día de hoy van a poder descargar el juego, revisarlo, ir viendo, porque el desazón solo va a ser 4 horas, o sea, no más.
Ujú.
O sea, son sus 4 horas, encuentran, documentan lo que encontraron y así, entonces, 4 horas, señores. Pero
Bueno,
bueno, va
ahora
la
que si
ventaja para que
desde
vean.
hoy van y revisan, bueno, que puede ser que ya puedan llegar rápidamente a empezar a documentar porque ya tienen identificados. Entonces, les vamos a dar 24 horas de exploración y 4 horas para documentar.
Sí, fíjate, qué padre. Por ahí nos están preguntando dónde está el link del videojuego. Ya se los compartimos.
Sí, es cosmicrafts.com. según mi...
Sí, ahorita lo vamos a sketch, les vamos a compartir todo, pero estén atentos para que lo puedan ir descargando, lo puedan ir viendo, lo puedan ir investigando.
Sí, miren, es más, lo voy a poner,
Mira, ya lo pusimos, es más, ya aquí está, mira, para que vean. Bien
Sí.
padre.
Mira, ahí está, ahí les puse el sitio al que pueden ir y descargar el videojuego. Así que este es su momento para que aprendan a probar videojuegos. O sea, al viernes vamos a tener una charla y un panel para hablar exactamente de esto, cómo sucede, ¿no? Pero aquí lo importante es que va a ser divertido, va a ser emocionante. Estamos comenzando, este es el piloto del torneo. Y cada mes o cada 2 meses estaremos sacando nuevamente otro torneo con otro videojuego. Y como va a ser torneo, pues en algún momento vamos a empezar a hacer octavos, cuartos, semifinales y finales. Así que
Todo. Fíjense que nunca nos hemos metido a ese pequeño camino maravilloso que son los torneos de videojuegos que se arman, que son gigantes, mundialmente famosos, y yo creo que sería interesante que los estuviéramos por ahí envolviendo, y sobre todo nuestros hijos que ya están en edad, a ver si pueden ganar algún premio.
exactamente. Nuestros hijos pueden ganar un premio. Ay, no lavan los trastes. Así.
Pero bueno, juegan mucho videojuego, tenemos la esperanza que por ahí se encuentre
Tu
algo,
habilidad
¿no?
es otra.
Por
Claro,
favor,
claro, claro.
por favor.
Ok,
Tenemos
muy
esperanza.
bien. Pues bueno, por ahí, no sé si ya está por ahí Mary que nos acompañe, con quien vamos a estar hablando el viernes acerca de videojuegos. Y déjenme.
Hola chicas, buenos días.
La Mary.
Buenos días a quien nos está viendo. Estoy viendo que estaban platicando del testathon, de videojuegos, ¿en qué andan?
Ujú.
Sí.
Sí. Y pues bueno, ¿qué creen? ¿Qué creen? O sea, ustedes ven aquí bien tranquila a Mary, pero Mary, es bien competitiva y le gustan los juegos. Así que vamos a estar hablando con ella acerca de eso en el panel y vamos a estar llevando a cabo lo del testathon el día de mañana, junto con una invitada especial de ISKI para hablarnos acerca precisamente de la certificación y entendamos un poco acerca de videojuegos.
Sí, ahorita es para que se vayan ambientando con el testathon y el día viernes vamos a tener una charla muy importante porque luego todos es de, ay, sí, claro, es bien fácil jugar videojuegos, pero no es tan fácil hacer pruebas, digo, todo tiene su chiste, como dicen, y el día viernes vamos a estar dialogando, viendo elementos importantes que tomar en cuenta para iniciar en estas pruebas de los videojuegos.
Exactamente, exactamente. Pues bueno, pues ahí está, comunidad. Ya les comentamos acerca del testathon. Vamos a seguirles recordando acerca de esta actividad durante el día. Y pues bueno, vamos a ver la agenda del día de hoy y comentarles un poquito también de las actividades que tendremos el sábado en Ciudad de México. Enseguida de esta, a las 10 de la mañana, en un ratito más, tendremos con nosotros a Shelly Goldbeck, que viene de la compañía de Excel, hoy nomás, de Dell, es una compañía los de Excel, de Dell, y que nos estará platicando acerca de un framework para pruebas UI, así que no se lo pueden perder. También va a estar Franco y Martín y Reed Schmiden, quienes también nos están hablando de nuevas estrategias de testing y Reed en específico de las responsabilidades que tendría una inteligencia artificial. Muy bien, pues vamos y después por la tarde tendremos otras charlas donde tendremos invitada a Micaela González, que nos va a hablar de pruebas de accesibilidad, pero con Playwright y Axe. Fíjense que ayer que hablábamos de Playwright, bueno, no hablábamos de Playwright, hablábamos de Selenium y mencionaron Playwright. Yo creo que tiene esta gran ventaja de que es una herramienta muy usable, pero también tiene ese potencial en cuanto a las pruebas que tienen que ver con la UI, ¿no? De los productos. Entonces yo creo que es bueno conocer como varios de los aspectos o las funcionalidades con las que podemos aprovecharla mejor, ¿no? Y bueno, también tendremos una charla de pruebas de infraestructura con Marco Pierobón, quien desde España va a platicar con nosotros. Así que no se lo pierdan, va a estar muy interesante. Esas son en español. Y después de eso viene una charla con Federico Toledo, donde, bueno, Federico Toledo viene trabajando en muchos proyectos, pero uno de ellos tiene que ver con inteligencia artificial generativa. Así que no se lo pierdan. Su propuesta está muy buena, así que nos va a platicar de esos desafíos que vamos a tener nosotros como testers a la hora de tener que probar este tipo de herramientas, ¿no? Y también al final con Diandra Sánchez desde Perú, bueno, nos va a hablar cómo hacer pruebas utilizando el modelo de Swiss cheese, el queso suizo. ¿Habían oído ustedes alguna vez ese?
No.
Del queso suizo sí, pues, pero nada más.
De testers de otros lugares, pero nada más.
Nada más.
Ya veremos qué nos platica mañana, soy interesante.
Hoy, al final del día.
Ah, sí, hoy al final.
Esa es la de hoy.
Es como lo dividimos en 2 sesiones, como empieza un día. Sí, aunque no lo queda, bueno, es toda una semana de testing, pero para nosotros es como, corre, ya no sabemos en qué día vivimos, pero sabemos que es la semana del testing.
Sí, y pues bueno, también aquí les comparto la agenda que vamos a tener el 31 de agosto para aquellos que son de la Ciudad de México, bueno, y zonas aledañas o otros países alrededor y quieran acompañarnos en vivo, pues los esperamos el 31 de agosto, el sábado, desde las 8:30 que empieza el registro en las oficinas de WeWork, Lago, Alberto, donde vamos a tener varias charlas. Es como un rally de muchas charlas. La verdad, todas las personas que van a estar participando y ahora sí que compartiéndonos lo que ellos saben, son muy buenos, tienen mucha experiencia y seguro ustedes también van a poder aprender mucho de ellos y hacerles preguntas, sobre todo. Esa es la ventaja de ir a verlos en persona. Que dices, a ver, pero cuéntame bien la historia porque hay algo que no me cuadra. Así que los esperamos por ahí, pues va a ser el registro desde las 8:30, vamos a tener snacks, ya saben, siempre hay diversión, actividades, nosotras. Y bueno, va a ser de 5 a 6 de la tarde, para que se vayan preparados y nos acompañen durante todo el día. Si ustedes quieren participar, vayan a la página de handsontesting.com y ahí pueden adquirir sus entradas. Muy bien. ¿Y ustedes, chicas, entonces, qué charla les gusta para hoy?
El día de hoy tenemos varias, ¿verdad? Bueno, como siempre tenemos varias, pero no sé. Ahora sí voy a decir que todas. Ahora sí estoy esperando todas, estoy lista para todas. Hoy no tengo favoritos, hoy no tengo a mis favoritos. Hoy quiero conocerlos porque son speakers nuevos. Esto no los hayamos tenido.
Sí, bueno, las pláticas de Federico siempre son interesantes y bien concretadas, pero sí estoy intrigada con la del queso suizo.
Sí, sí.
Para esa me maté mi botanita de un quesito con un vinito, así que no, para no verme sospechosa y estar acorde a la plática. Pero ya casi vamos a empezar. Ay.
Sí,
por ahí.
Ay, perdón. El día del evento presencial para la gente que va a llegar fuera de la Ciudad de México, posiblemente el día viernes, Blanca y yo por ahí les estaremos dando tips del lugar. Ya andaremos por ahí para dónde está el lugar. Creo que está en el área de Polanco, Blanca, creo. Me parece.
A ver, ahorita por aquí tenemos el mapa.
Sí.
¿Sí?
Cerca. Está más cerca del centro.
Sí, cerca del Museo Nacional de Antropología, es lo que estoy viendo.
Uh-huh. Así que el lugar de las oficinas tiene estacionamiento para aquellos que vayan en auto. Bueno, no tiene 200 lugares, pero bueno.
Pero lleguen temprano, eso es bueno saberlo, para que lleguen temprano.
Uh-huh. Exactamente. Y muy importante, bueno, además entre las actividades que vamos a tener ese día, también por ahí uno de nuestros patrocinadores es la revista de testing en español y pues tiene por ahí una sorpresa para los asistentes, así que pues no desaprovechen esa oportunidad, ¿verdad? Ok, sí. Muy bien. Ok, pues bueno, vamos a unos comerciales y enseguida regresamos para poder tener la charla con Shelly Goldblit.
Voy a volver a poner el de mute.
Sumérgete en las últimas tendencias y mejores prácticas en pruebas de software en Hands-on Testing. Del 27 al 31 de agosto, conoce herramientas para hacer más rápido y eficiente tus pruebas. Bienvenidos a la época de la inteligencia artificial. Nos vemos el 31 de agosto en las oficinas de WeWork, Lago, Alberto en Ciudad de México. Ven a divertirte, aprender y conocer a otros testers. Dale clic y no te lo pierdas.
Meet the Squad, Softechian Quality Assurance Team. With testing pros from LATAM, USA, Spain, and India. Their passion? Hunting and crushing bugs to make apps run seamlessly. In addition to hanging out and learning new moves on the dance floor. The first team from LATAM to achieve the highest software testing maturity, TMMI Level 5. Our SQUAT professionals are trained and certified in top tech and methodologies like ISTQB, CSTE, Selenium, Scrum, Artificial Intelligence, W3C, WAI. And along their soft tech journey, they are mentored by top QA gurus throughout the world. SQUAT. What do? Detect and debug the software of the future so that the rest of us can play e-games, travel around the world, receive our packages on time, order our favorite food, shop anywhere. Join the squad.
Okay. Hello, Shelly. Welcome. Can you hear me? I think maybe you are on mute. Hello?
Yeah, we can see you, but we
Can
can hear you.
Now can you hear me?
Better?
Now
Yeah,
we
right.
can hear you. Yeah.
Okay.
Good. Yeah. Well, welcome to Hands-on Testing. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Yeah, you ready for your talk?
Yes, I'm coming out of a sickness, so my voice is a little sore, but I'll do my best.
Okay. Excellent. Don't worry. Okay. If
Shall I
you
share my
can
screen?
try.
Yeah.
Share screen. Yes, please.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Oh my God. 1 second.
Yeah, sure. Shelly, I have a question. Why you decide to speak about this topic?
Because this is something, it has been a challenge in our company. I am running 3 different component libraries in 3 flavors: web components, Angular, and React. And we didn't want to rewrite the tests for each flavor.
Okay.
Yeah,
Interesting.
so we wanted framework agnostic tests. Yeah.
Okay. Well, it is okay. Now you can start. Thanks for coming.
Yeah. Hello, everyone, and welcome. I'm going to talk about framework agnostic UI tests, and I hope we will have some fun with Pokemons. Okay, so a little bit about me. My name is Shelly. I'm a front-end developer, and I'm a code excellence evangelist. I'm specifically passionate about test-driven development and clean code. I'm a senior principal software engineer in Dell Technologies. So what are we going to talk about today? How to compose implementation and framework agnostic tests in a black box manner. Why? To increase test resilience to implementation and functional changes. How? Using test helpers, assertables, and something we call the driver pattern. It will all be clear in a minute. So I'm going to use Cypress for my demonstration, but the principles that I will demonstrate can be used with any testing framework. So I want to go over two of the pitfalls a development team may encounter in regard of tests. Number one is minor functionality change. So here you can see a partial list of UI integration test suites of a product my team was developing. If we run one of those test suites, you can see every single test starts with user login. And the same goes for all other test suites, because this is how the system works. So now we have a requirement to add mandatory consent to terms and conditions prior to login. So the change is one line of code, but now the login button is disabled until the user checks the checkbox that they read and agreed to the terms and conditions. So what do you think is going to happen to all of those tests? Boom, we have hundreds of failing tests. The other pitfall is maintenance of tests over time. So this is a test from a code repo at Dell, and let's take a look at it together and see what is wrong in this picture. So let's start with the test name. If I see a failing test in a test report that is named check for alerts with actions dropdown, it doesn't help me understand what happened that wasn't as expected. The next issue here is some code duplication. We do not want to repeat ourselves because later if we want to make a change, we only want to change in one place. Another issue here is that we have control flows in our test body. Where we have control flows, it makes it harder for us to understand the test in a glance. If there is a bug hiding here, I have to think and make an effort to find out where this defect may be hiding. This comment here is a code smell. It indicates the test is not clear enough, and we have to explain what is happening. But the biggest sin here is that until this very day, I don't understand what is this test supposed to be testing. I tried to run it, but it's impossible to run it anymore. I will show you in a minute why. But think about having such a test in your project, and now this test starts failing. You come and try to understand, you don't understand, and you are a few days before a delivery. What is most likely going to happen is you will skip this test. Tests don't die, they get skipped. So this is what happened eventually in this repository. The entire stage of the Cypress test was skipped. And take a look at the list of all of these tests on the left. Think about all of the effort that went down the drain. So this is what we're trying to avoid. bad tests. So we want good tests, because writing useful and sustainable tests is crucial in order to avoid such pitfalls. But what are the measures of such good tests? Number one rule is you should treat your test code with the same respect you treat your production code. It is part of your development. But when it comes to test code, we also have three measures we want to comply with: trustworthiness, maintainability, and readability. Trustworthiness means that not only if a test fails, we know something is broken. It means we trust our tests. We don't have flaky tests. We want trustworthy tests and accept the test results with confidence. Non-maintainable tests can ruin our project schedule, or we risk losing the tests when the project is put on a more aggressive schedule. We will simply stop maintaining and fixing failing tests. Oh my God, my voice is breaking. I'm sorry. Readability means not just being able to read a test, but also figure out the problem if the test seems to be wrong. Now, notice that without readability, the other two pillars fall down pretty quickly, because maintaining tests become harder and then we don't trust them anymore. So we want tests that are resilient to change and don't break the minute you blow on them. So let's see just how resilient to change good tests can be. So I will demonstrate how the same functionality implemented using three different frameworks, React, Angular, and Web Components, is tested using the same test code. When developed correctly, our tests need not be affected by implementation details, allowing us to test the UI in a black box manner. So we will be testing a simple application, a Pokédex, Pokemon catalog. We can browse through all Pokemon by clicking on Next and Prev, or we can jump to a specific index. So note the different background colors. Lavender is the Lit implementation, dark gray is React implementation, and whatever this is, light green, is Angular implementation. What will we be testing? That Next and Prev buttons should be disabled when we see the first and last Pokemon, respectively, and that the correct Pokemon name, image, and index are displayed. So let's see a simple block diagram of this application. We have a Pokemon catalog component, which uses a Pokemon service, which sends HTTP requests to fetch Pokemon data from the backend server. The Pokemon catalog component is composed from two other components, such as Pokemon image and Pokemon Go. So three components: catalog, image, and Go. Let's run some tests. We will start with end-to-end tests. End-to-end tests are like a helper robot that behaves like a user or a manual QA tester to click around the application and verify that it functions correctly. Let's start with some end-to-end tests on the Angular implementation. What are we testing? Prev button should be disabled when showing the first Pokemon. Correct Pokemon name should be displayed. Correct Pokemon index should be displayed. And the correct Pokemon image should be displayed. And then the same three tests again once we click on next, and once we click on prev, and when we type an index, like here, and click on go, then we see Pikachu. And how about end-to-end testing of the React implementation? What are we testing? Exactly the same things, because the functionality is similar. So our tests are completely oblivious to the implementation, and we only test the output, what the user will see in the browser. And same test suites will run for the web components implementation. Let me just grab a cup of water. Okay, so the test suites look similar. It makes sense. But what about the test code? So let's take a look at this test code. Before each test, we navigate to the home page, and then we wait for the first Pokemon named Babazau to load. In case you are wondering what are all these methods I'm using here, the when, then, get, and other methods, good, stay tuned, it will all be clear soon enough. So then we have tests to assert that prev button is disabled when showing the first Pokemon, that the correct Pokemon index, image, and name are displayed, and that when we're clicking on next twice, we see the third Pokemon. We're navigating to the home page, we are waiting for the Pokemons to load, and then we are verifying that we see the third Pokemon, and then we click once on prev, and we have assertions to see that the second Pokemon is displayed. Things to note here. Each test tests one thing and tests it well. There is no logic, or there are no control flows in the test body. If a test fails, just looking at the test name can give us an indication what went wrong. So which framework is this test code testing? All three frameworks. Same test code runs on Angular, React, and web components. So I'm moving to integration tests. Front-end integration tests refer to running the front-end application while mocking the server responses. So every outgoing HTTP request is being intercepted and a mock response is being returned. This way, we can test our front-end without a backend server. So let's run some integration tests. What are we testing? That prev and next buttons are disabled when showing the first or last Pokemon. The correct Pokemon image is displayed, and that when we are fetching a Pokemon by index, an outgoing HTTP request with the correct index is fired. So why didn't we have a test asserting that next button is disabled when showing the last Pokemon in the end-to-end test suite is showing? Because there are almost 2,000 Pokemons, and we don't want to have a test clicking next 2,000 times. So it is easier for us to simulate such a situation or a use case when we, instead of using the actual backend server, we are mocking the responses. So in this integration test, we're pretending there is only one Pokemon in the entire catalog. I will show the code momentarily and you will see. So obviously the same test suites will run for the Angular implementation, exactly same logic, mocking the same responses. And if I switch to the web components lit implementation, also the same test suites. But now let's take a look at the test code. So you can see we are mocking the backend server response, which we will not be doing during an end-to-end test. This way, it enables us to test how the next button behaves when we are showing the last Pokemon. So before each test, we're preparing a response from the backend, and we are, before each test, setting the response to be this Pokemon list that we have created with a single Pokemon. So to get this same result in the end-to-end test, we would have to click on next 1,200 times, or to know the exact number of the last Pokemon. So before each test, we are setting the preconditions of the test. We are intercepting and mocking the response. We are also intercepting and mocking the image, because even rendering an image in the front end, in the browser, actually sends an HTTP request to fetch the image. Then we are navigating, to the home page, and then we are waiting for all the calls to get the responses. And then we have a test to make sure that the next button is disabled, prev button is disabled, that we're showing the correct image, and that if we type an index and click on go, an outgoing HTTP request is fired with the correct index. Note how the test code is phrased like an acceptance criteria. Given some precondition, when something takes place, then we expect the expected result then the actual result should expected result. So even a non-developer can read and understand this test code. This is the level of readability we require on our tests, from our tests. So this is the given, when, and then. Now we're moving on to the Holy Grail, unit testing, or in our case, as we're working on a components library, a component test. So when testing a UI component in isolation, it is referred to as component tests. So a word, before I will deep dive into it, about test doubles. So spies and stubs are known as test doubles. Similar to how stunt doubles do the dangerous work in the movies, we use test doubles to replace troublemakers and make tests easier to write, because we want to test the component in isolation. It means that the only production code running during the test is the code of the unit under test. All the rest of the production code should be mocked. So no real services, no real anything, any dependencies should be mocked. Okay? So we are using stubs as replacements for actual method that can be manipulated to return the values we want them to return during the test. So these are stubs. Spies spy on functions and can later be interrogated to verify that method that should have been called during the test were actually called. So we are using, in this demonstration, a package called tstubber. It's an open source, lightweight, lazy stubber. meaning methods are stubs only when called, saving the need to create stubs for every method of the mocked class. Testable is generic, so you can choose the mocking framework you wish to use. For example, you can use jest or sign-on. Mocked classes constructor is not being called, so there are no side effects during the tests. For example, some services may open a connection to a database or something like this. All of this is being avoided during the component tests. So let's run some component tests. These are the component tests of the Pokemon catalog component. Try not to blink because those run much faster than end-to-end and integration tests, of course. Same test for the Angular Pokemon catalog component. And the same test for the React Pokemon catalog component. So is it the same test code? Almost. As the component has to be mounted at the beginning of each test, each framework mounts it a little bit differently, but that is the only difference. So in our components library, our test code looks exactly the same as we have a class, a generic class to render, and we're using environment variables to make a decision whether we should render a React component or a lead component. But here, to make it more understandable, I am showing the differences between the component tests of the React implementation and the lead implementation. And same goes for the differences between React and Angular. The test code is exactly the same. The only difference is how we render the component. So what's my secret? How am I pulling this off? I'm using helpers, assertable, and test drivers. So let's start with test helpers. Test helpers help our tests to be as decoupled as possible from the testing framework, so that if someday in the future I want to move from Cypress to Playwright, all I will have to do is implement a Playwright helper for the or test helper for the new testing framework, and all of our tests will still work. Test helpers are designed to decouple our test code from the testing frameworks. Each test helper, every test helper, exposes 3 public properties: given, when, and get, wrapping most useful commands so our tests are as decoupled as possible from our testing framework. Helpers also steer us in the right direction in terms of test readability, because we are forced to use the given, when, get terms in our tests. So as I mentioned before, in this demo, I'm using a Cypress helper designed to be used in any testing level and holds common methods used in Cypress tests. I'm also using the Cypress component helper, which are not framework agnostic, only to be used in component tests to mount the component before the test is carried out. So testers have given, when, get methods. In the given section, we have method for setting preconditions like preparing stubs, intercepting or preparing mock responses. In the when section, we have methods of events that take place during the test, like click, hover, drag and drop, anything a user might do. And in the get section, we have getter methods to interrogate or investigate the DOM, so we can focus on the outcome what the user sees. What would an implementation of such a helper look like? For example, if we focus on the check and uncheck method in the Cypress test helper, it's simply wrappers of Cypress commands. We are getting the element, selecting the element in the DOM, and then checking or unchecking. A helper is very easy to implement, to be implemented. Moving on to the assertable class. The assertable class wraps a subject we wish to assert something about. For example, we wish to assert that an element is disabled. Assertable wraps Cypress chainable so that our tests are as decoupled as possible from Cypress. And by using the assertable class in our tests, we can use the same assertions in our tests regardless of the testing framework we use. All we need to do if we wish to replace Cypress with another testing framework and keep our tests is to replace the implementation of the assertable with an assertable class matching wrapping the assertions of the new testing framework. The cool thing about assertables is you can also add assertions of your own by extending the assertable class. Here is an example from an open source project of OpenGL maps of adding an assertion that asserts that the subject is included in a style stored in the local storage. So no testing framework will have these assertions for you. You can add your own project-specific assertions by extending the assertable class. And now the final part of this formula, driver pattern. Driver pattern is similar to page object model, if you're familiar with those. It basically means that we have an additional class which is responsible for bridging the gap between our test code and our component. It will help our tests to be unaware of the inner works of the component. So if we change the way we implement it without changing the functionality, our tests will not be impacted. In addition, if we change something in the component which does cause tests to fail, we will just have to amend the driver and the test will just pass again when the same logic works. If you recall the first pitfall we went over at the beginning, all we have to do is change the login method in the driver and all the tests will be green again. I will show it at the end of this talk. So every driver exposes 3 public properties, given, when, and get. The given property, just like helper, holds methods which will allow us to set the preconditions before something takes place. This is a classic place to have methods which will set the inputs which we are going to be passed down to our component. The when property holds methods of events which will take place like render, click, hover, anything like that. And the get property holds methods which will give our test access to the output of the component in a black box fashion. So let's take a look at an example. The Pokemon image component displays a GIF image. Unless there is an error, then it shows the fallback PNG image. So what test will we have for such a component? We will have one test asserting that a GIF is displayed given there is no error. So given some Pokemon index and given mock image response, valid response, when we render the component, then the background image should end with Pokemon index.gif. Note how the test code is phrased exactly like I'm saying it. Even a non-developer can understand what's going on here. And we will have another test asserting that the fallback image is displayed given the GIF image is not found. So, given missing GIF image, we get 404 error. When we render the component, then the fallback image should be displayed. Also note, consider how readable the test is and the test name. Now, what will a test driver for such a component look like? So as mentioned before, in order to mount the component, we need to use a component helper. So here I'm creating a lit component helper. For other frameworks, I will create another component helper. The rest of the code is exactly the same. Note how in the given section we have method to set preconditions, but all of the implementation of these methods are using the helper. So we're creating layers of abstraction. The helper wraps Cypress method, the driver wraps or uses a helper to implement the required methods. Anyone, given an example, can write such drivers. It's simple once you get used to it. So the driver uses helper functions to implement the method required to drive the test. Theoretically, if we switch to another testing framework, we will just replace the test helper and the driver will be similar to its current implementation. In the get section, we have methods to investigate the output. So if we're rendering another component, we're just changing the way we mount it, but the rest of the code is the same. But the coolest thing about test drivers is that they can be composed to drive the test of a component which is composed of subcomponents. This way, test drivers can be used as building blocks to compose more and more elaborated test drivers. In our example, the Pokemon catalog driver will hold a Pokemon image driver and expose its methods. We do not wish to repeat ourselves, and we do not want to implement again a method that we already implemented to get the Pokemon background image, right? We already implemented this in the Pokemon image driver. So our Pokemon catalog driver will contain a Pokemon image driver and will expose the given, when, and get methods. What will it? And we can eventually create a driver for an entire page in our application made of many components. And we can also create a driver for the entire application. So let's take a look at the code. This is the Pokemon catalog driver, and it consists a Pokemon image driver. So we are creating the driver and we are exposing the subcomponent methods like so. I've already implemented a method to get the image source of the Pokemon image. I do not wish to repeat myself. This way, if there is a change, I only have to make it in one place. So the containing component driver exposes the method of the inner component driver. And this is what it looks like in the test code. We are accessing the get section of the Pokemon catalog driver, the image driver inside it, and the picture source. So it also helps us understand the path or the scope of where we are within the application. And integration drivers will be composed from all the relevant component drivers. In our case, as this is a simple application, it is only the Pokemon catalog component driver. And in addition, it will contain integration-related methods like intercepting HTTP requests. But in more elaborated applications, it will consist many components drivers. And as shown before, these are the integration tests. And this is where all these methods are coming from, the given, get, and when. So these are framework agnostic tests as promised. And note how most of the driver methods are already implemented in the component driver. You can tell by the path we're using to access the method in the driver. And these are the end-to-end tests, again, using the same driver. So we are using the drivers as building blocks, starting from the bottom and building up to create more elaborated test drivers using driver composition. In our projects, developers create those test drivers as part of the development of their components, and they use them in their unit tests and component tests. But later on, when the automation team wants to create end-to-end tests of complicated or complex flows, they have all these testing infrastructures ready to be used out of the box. So they can also compose tests easily and keeping the same style and phrasing of acceptance criteria. Let's take a look at another example. The Pokemon Go component consists of an input field and a button. When the users type an input and click on Go, on Submit should be called with the correct index. So what will we want to test? We want to test that Go button is disabled if the input is empty. One second. That Go button becomes enabled once the user types an input. That on Submit is called with the correct index when clicking on Go. That non-digit input do not update the input field's value, and that the input field is cleared once clicking on Go. And what kind of methods would we be needing in the driver then? In the given property, we need a method to spy on submit. In the when property, we need methods to type an input and to click on Go. And in the get property, we need method to get the on submit spy so we can assert that it was called with the correct value, a method to get the input value, and a method to get the Go button so we can assert whether it is disabled or enabled. See how just from going over the driver's code, you can start envisioning the tests and what the test body would look like. And again, just for the rendering, this is not framework agnostic. And what do these tests look like in action? These are the Pokemon Go tests. And of course, we want to update the Pokemon catalog driver with the Pokemon Go driver because it is also part of the Pokemon catalog So we create another inner component driver and expose the given, when, and get methods of this driver. So I hope I was able to demonstrate how we create tiny component drivers and then more elaborated component drivers, and then eventually integration and end-to-end test drivers. So everything is happy, is well, we are happy, our tests are green, but then someone finds a defect. See how Pokemon 33 Nidorino is active, it's jumping up and down, it's showing a GIF. But if we navigate to a Pokemon that doesn't have a GIF, and then we navigate back to the same Pokemon that we just saw that has a GIF, it is showing the fallback image. So if you recall, not all Pokemons have GIFs. This is why we have the fallback PNG. But some QA finds out that if we navigate to a Pokemon that doesn't have a GIF, when we navigate back to a one that does have a GIF, we get the fallback image. The first thing when we find a defect that we should do is create a bug trap, meaning we should write a test that is failing due to this bug. Only then we will fix the bug. Now note how easy it is for me to compose such a test once we have all those test drivers in place. So it should render Pokemon GIF when we type index 888 and we click on go. We're waiting for the Zacian Pokemon to be loaded, and then we type 33, we click on go, we wait for the Nidorino Pokemon to be uploaded, and we expect that the picture source would be a GIF. This test is of course going to fail, but now that I have a failing test ready, I can fix the defect knowing in confidence that it is actually fixed. So let me circle back to the beginning of this talk for a minute. If you recall, we had hundreds of failing tests, but of course the fix is one line of code. We added to the application driver login method a call to check consent, and all the tests were green again. So to summarize, sustainable and useful tests are trustworthy, maintainable, and readable. The driver pattern enables decoupling of test code and production code, so our tests can be unaware of the implementation details and focus on input. Using test drivers, assertable and helper, improves our test readability and maintainability. If there is one picture to remember from this talk, it is this picture. The test code uses the test driver, the test and assertable. The test driver uses test helper. Those two are another level of abstraction encapsulating the testing framework. And the test code is unaware of the production code, only the test driver has knowledge of it. Now, those three are open source. The ones that we have to develop, that is proprietary, is the test code, the test driver, and of course, the production code. Now, say you wish to adopt these patterns into your code base, which already has countless tests implemented. How do you start? You start off simple. Whenever you introduce a change, build a driver for the component you change. It does not have to be perfect. Just add the methods you need. Adding one driver at a time, one test at a time, will get you there, slowly but surely. We started implementing those testability infrastructures in our component libraries at Dell about 18 months ago. And at first, there wasn't much, but after a few months, most appliances, products using this component library are adopting these infrastructures. So it may take some time to get used to using test helpers and test drivers, but the best way to have an easy adoption is just to engage in some hands-on practice. So, as I said, it may take some time to get used to it. The best way is to just start. You can find here in this QR code links to the code repo with all the examples, live demos of the Pokemon applications. It will even work from your smartphone. So you can have a Pokemon catalog on your smartphone. Links to an article explaining everything I just went over in more details. And if you wish, you can contact me and we can schedule an online guided workshop to practice test drivers on this Pokemon catalog repository. So, given this is of interest to you, when this session is over, this is where you can get more information. Thank you.
Wow, I like it too much. Wonderful, Shelly.
Wait, I need to stop share, right?
Yeah, sure, no problem. And now, stop it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Well, very interesting. I'm thinking about the best practice that we should use in automation. I knew some projects that are like I don't know, solid rocks where nobody can do any change, and neither they have unit tests or something like that. So the automation is impossible. For example, I had in a project, I was in a project where instead to start to do the testing, they decide to start a new project, a new code, because was impossible. They would like to do the testing with automation, Selenium and PHP, but they couldn't. So they started a new project. Was very expensive for all the companies. So I think follow the best practice is the best. When you started to do that, what kind of moment in your life you say, well, we need to do it different?
Well, one crisis was when when you have like dozens of tests failing in the same day, and you're like, what am I going to do now? And the second thing was, you know how sometimes in a project's life you reach a point where you fix something, you break something because it's so complicated. So it was impossible. We just couldn't deliver. All we did was bug fixes. And each fix created another defect. And I just said, no more approved pull requests, no more merges without test coverage. Even if you had one test on the one line of code, you change. So, of course, it was at first very hard.
Yeah.
Developers resisted. Product said, but usually you fix it within a day. Why do you spend now a whole week on testing? We want the fix. But you tell them you want the fix, it breaks three other things. You find out what they are. So they say, okay. And you just have to make a decision and understand that it's like every test is like an ant, okay, the small insect, but it's an army of ants. So another test, another test, you will get there. If you decide within a year and a half, you will be in a much better place.
Yeah, sure. I think that the most expensive for all companies is when you have a lot of books, and then you need to open a department just for support to receive the calls of the customers or the clients that they are concerned about what is happening in the software. For example, I remember another project where the support department was like 100 persons. So 100 persons in there. So the number of bugs that they have to fix because they didn't follow this best practice, well, not exactly this best practice, but doing just unit testing or something like that. But they I remember the number was like 11,000 tickets without solve. So and when we started to work on that, they said in 4 days, and some days, like for example, this ticket we will gonna work because it's priority one, it's risky, and others was like no, we don't want to work on that. It's something that we don't fix anymore. We don't work anymore. It's for other Internet Explorer that we are not working on it.
Supporting. This is exactly the problem, because the severity one issues will be handled because you have to handle them. But
Yeah.
severity 2 and severity 3, they will always be there. You will never fix them.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Shelby, do you let me check if we have a question from the public? No, I think so. Is all it's very clear. Okay, you want to add something more?
No, thank you so much for the opportunity, and happy testing.
Yeah, sure. And take care, please. Take care of your voice.
Sorry.
No,
But
no problem. No, was a pleasure to have you here. Wonderful talk, and we'll see you the next year.
I hope.
Okay, Shelby. Take care. Bye bye, and thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ah, estuvo interesante.
Sí, eso de tener que automatizar, o sea, uno no prevé. O sea, el problema es que tú dices, quiero agarrar una herramienta, y ella pues mostró todo su plática utilizando la herramienta de Cypress, ¿no? Y de pronto es sencillo, quiero empezar, voy a hacerlo, pero el no tener como implementado mejores prácticas antes de ir hacia a estar haciendo tu automatización, aunque sea sencilla, pues te complicas mucho, ¿no?
Sí, exactamente. De hecho, lo veíamos en las charlas de ayer que sí dejaban en hincapié. Hay que tomar en cuenta el negocio, hay que tomar en cuenta la infraestructura, hay que tomar en cuenta lo que tenemos, hay que tomar en cuenta la cultura. O sea, no es nada más llegar a automatizar por automatizar o probar por probar, pues. O sea, son muchos factores que se tienen que analizar para de verdad tener un menor riesgo de que las cosas no salgan.
Uh-huh. Exacto. ¿Ustedes han estado en proyectos donde la automatización no sea como lo mejor? ¿No brillen por eso? ¿Ustedes de casualidad han pasado por ahí?
Sí, yo en particular, proyectos de streaming, es complicado priorizar la automatización porque todavía no hay muchas herramientas muy adecuadas para el streaming.
Uh-huh. Exactamente. Y además que, bueno, cuando ya te ponen a hacer una actividad, aunque estemos hablando de automatización o cualquier otra, es como cuando vas al restaurante, no te lo pidieron para mañana, pues. Oiga, vengo y quiero que automatice ahora porque ahora tengo la necesidad, ¿no? Y empecemos.
Sí, por querer hacer rápido, por querer decir ya lo necesito, porque esto es urgente, bueno, lo hacemos como sea con lo que tenemos y vámonos. Y es ahí donde después la bolita de nieve va creciendo demasiado.
Uh-huh. Exactamente. Y pues bueno, por ahí nos platicaba Shelby, ¿no? Acerca del proyecto en la que ella estuvo trabajando durante mucho tiempo. Ella decía que pues luego arreglar todo esto se vuelve como complicado, ¿no? Entonces ella tiene por ahí un workshop de varias prácticas para que luego si ustedes dicen, bueno, a ver, muéstrame cómo fuiste implementando los test helpers y ay, yo no soy muy buena con algunas cosas.
Los nombres se me olvidan de las
Los nombres se me
personas.
olvidan todos. Me llamo Blanca, lo sé porque a veces aparece mi nombre aquí.
Porque sí me llama mi mamá Blanca.
No, pero bueno, la importancia del framework, ¿no? Y son librerías que las mismas herramientas de automatización ya traen, pero que uno las tiene que habilitar. Digo, de por sí se instalan un montón de cosas que luego uno no quiere y se crean en los scripts un montón de cosas que no necesitas, pero hay que habilitar las que de veras necesitas.
O sea, por eso empezamos por ¿y cuáles necesito?
¿Y cuáles necesitas?
Por ahí.
Sí, o sea, ella menciona, ¿no? O sea, yo creo que uno empieza con los años de experiencia en testing a ponerse paranoico. Bueno, no lo voy a decir de esa forma, a tomar más cuidados, porque decía, bueno, así tengas solo una línea de código, ¿por qué no le haces una prueba? Te aseguras que no vaya ninguna línea sin, bueno, a lo mejor no todo, el 100%, pero una cobertura amplia de las pruebas que puedes hacer, ¿no? Aunque haga una cosa. O sea, el punto es que tienes varias cosas en la automatización. Necesitas reducir actividades repetitivas, ¿no? Y si puedes automatizar. Lo siguiente es que esta actividad que se supone me va a dar tiempo no se convierta en la nueva gobernanza de mi vida y ahora no puedo hacer más que ir y estar revisando scripts mal hechos, ¿no? Entonces los frameworks de pronto te dan soluciones precisamente como para prevenir que escribas mal, que utilices malos métodos, que sigas una estructura, que documentes bien, que le den alertas a las personas que están en el equipo cuando una prueba no pasa, ¿no? Pero uno tiene que pensar como en el futuro. Voy a hacer
El futuro es hoy.
Voy a hacer las pruebas y creo que solamente voy a hacer 20, pero después de un año tienes un
No pueden ser
acumulado de
20.
pruebas y darles mantenimiento sea en el Excel del que hemos hablado o en cualquier otra herramienta o de forma automatizada, te va a robar tiempo, así de simple.
Sí,
Cuando
yo creo
tienes uno, no.
que es preferible comenzar 2 o 3 scripts sencillos que van a pasar y te están ahorrando ya tiempo, a comenzar con uno muy complejo que va a estar fallando y fallando, y dices, ay, tengo que ser redundante en el script y ya perdiste 1 o 2 días de trabajo. Entonces, pequeñas cosas, grandes pasos.
Vamos a adoptar esa frase. Pequeñas cosas.
Ahorita vamos a la siguiente charla también, donde pequeños pasos para la humanidad y para los testers. Y
Claro.
bueno, entonces voy a invitar a nuestro siguiente
Speaker.
Hello, Francis.
Bonsoir, yes. Hello. Nice to see you.
Welcome.
Welcome.
So, we are thinking about your talk. Why you decide this topic?
Oh, really? I have to say I was hearing about this document that was called, what made Apollo a success. And as soon as I started reading it, I was kind of inspired and interested, to see how many things are kind of similar to how the things are today. But also some things that I feel like they were kind of ahead of their time. And I felt like it would be interesting to share and kind of refresh everyone's memory a little bit about testing and see what they did. I feel like that's an interesting topic to hear about.
Yeah, we need to follow this phrase that say, if you forget the story, you're gonna do again the same that was happening in the past, right?
Exactly.
If you don't know about your past, you're going to repeat.
Exactly.
So that's why we think that your talk will be very highlight for us.
That's cool. I really hope so too.
Okay, well, you can start if you want to share your screen.
Sure, yes.
Your presentation, not necessarily your screen.
Yeah, exactly. Let me try that. And let's see.
And give me your phone, and that's it. I'm kidding. The number of your card. Well, we
Ignore to Blanca.
Okay, we say don't share anything personal with anybody. So
no personal information here, please.
Can you see the slides now?
Yeah, we can see it. Okay.
All right, perfect.
You can start.
All right, thank you. So welcome everyone to my presentation, which is called One Small Test for Man, One Giant Leap for Software Quality, Adopting Apollo's Testing Principles. So let me first introduce myself a little bit. So I'm Francois, as you heard a little bit earlier as well. I'm a senior full stack software engineer working at Karakun. And you can find the ways you can reach me here on the slide if you're interested. And also I'm an active member of the Swiss Testing Board, and I'm also an active member of the ISTQB working group of advanced and expert level. And I'm also the author of the upcoming security test analyst syllabus. And you also see a QR code in the top right. If you're interested in the slides, you can scan it anytime. It will be on every slide, so you don't have to hurry. Just don't forget until the end that at some point, if you're interested, you scan it. So let's dive in. Maybe you heard me mention the document already a bit earlier. You can see it's quite old. You can see it's called What Made Apollo a Success. It was published by the NASA after the successful space mission of landing on the moon. And you can see it is from 1970. So it's already 54 years old. So when I'm talking you through this talk today, keep this in mind that how old this is, and think about how relevant the things still are today. Or I'm trying to go through things that I found in the document that I found interesting in relation to testing or software development in general that still apply today, or maybe are a bit different than we do things today. So we can discuss those things. And just out of curiosity, I was searching for the word test, and you can see there were 271 matches in general that it found, which I thought was quite a lot if you consider that it's 86 pages long. So there are over 3 words per average per page that are, using the word test. And if you compare that, for example, to the word develop or development, then you can see it only appears 81 times, so around once per page on average. So kind of if we just look at it from this perspective, just statistically speaking, it kind of means that testing played a very big role in, the Apollo space mission, as we can see here. So let's start out with the table of contents first. So you can always see the page numbers in the parentheses in case you're interested in checking it out yourself. And those are the page numbers in the PDF, by the way, and not the page numbers that you can see in the document itself. So you can see here already, it starts in the table of contents. We already have a big major chapter, which is called Testing to Ensure Mission Success. And kind of, I feel like this is a very fitting title, because isn't it also that we want to have our mission to be successful, our mission of delivering good software with a good quality, of course? I would say definitely yes. And I feel like this is definitely still true today, even just things that appear in the table of contents here. And if we go on, this is if we go to the introduction. You can see here that it already mentions 4 aspects of spacecraft development stand out: design, test, control of changes, and interpretation of discrepancies. And you can see that test is quite a big part of it, and it's mentioned in 2nd place. What I found to be even more interesting is that actually, if we look at test, it is already considered to be part of spacecraft development. So if we think about how it is today, it's starting to become more and more the norm that testing becomes the part of the development, but still sometimes it's considered to be kind of separate. So they were kind of ahead of the times if you look at that this way. And if you look at interpretation of discrepancies, this is kind of something in the veins of root cause analysis that we also do today. And I really found it interesting to see that they already were thinking about that in that depth. And then let's have a look here. So one thing they mention here is build it simple and then double up on many components or systems so that if one fails, the other will take over. And people of you that worked in high availability systems feel like this is familiar to them probably, because this is something that you also do today. If you have a highly available system, you at least double up, maybe even have 3 or 4 times the components, depending on how critical it is. And you also have a failover, which is mentioned in exactly the same way as the words that we use today, which I also found very interesting, considering this is 54 years old. But this is also more relevant than ever, with now Kubernetes being a very standard way of deploying applications, where it's very easy to perform rolling upgrades and have multiple and multiple nodes that are running at the same time, and multiple replicas of the different applications that we are running. And then you can see here they mentioned that the concept of in-flight maintenance was discarded as being impractical for flights. If we look at the modern day equivalent, or let's say the software development equivalent, in-flight maintenance in our case is kind of something like performing a hotfix. Because they mentioned that later that more telemetry was added and full advantage was taken of the ground's ability to assess system performance, predict trends, and compare data with pre-flight test experience. That's what we also kind of do today when we are doing monitoring and production. We also do the same kind of things here, and so this is also more relevant than ever. And this proved to be already a good idea back then, and it's even a better idea today, I would say, personally. And if we look at a part in the introduction where it says Apollo test activities as the subtitle, they say that the single most important factor leading to the high degree of reliability of the spacecraft was the tremendous depth and breadth of the test activity. So we see not only maybe statistically, but also, as they state here, the testing was a very big part of the success of the mission. And I would say that this still holds true today. Even testing is often a very important, if not the most important factor, as they mentioned here, for the reliability of the system. And of course, the better the depth and breadth is, the better the testing will be and the better the reliability will be. So this also still holds true today. What I kind of found interesting was that they also documented in quite a lot of detail how much time and how many tests they performed. And this is just, one table that I pulled out of it. And you can see on the right that they mentioned on the one hand how many tests they did, but also sometimes they mentioned the hours or the minutes that they spent doing those things. I found it quite impressive that they took the time to write that down and to look at those numbers in detail, and that they found it interesting to, really put an effort behind writing those numbers down and keeping track of them. And you can see that it's quite a lot. So if we just add up the hours and minutes that we can see on the right, not considering the tests that are mentioned without any time here in this table, then we get an equal of 4,104 hours. So if we, let's say, consider 8 hours per day of a workday, then this is an equivalent of 513 workdays. And this is around 2.33 years for one person, if we consider a year with 220 workdays. So you can see they spent really quite a lot of time, especially later you will see the plan that they had. I mean, I don't know how close they stuck to the plan, but if they really stuck to the plan, you will see that this is even more impressive that they spent so much time in that. And they mentioned also, most important of all, the tests gave them a tremendous amount of time and experience on the spacecraft and their systems. I feel like that's a point that's not really talked about a lot nowadays. When we are testing a system, this not only gives us the advantage that we are able to reduce the likelihood of defects, for example, but also this allows us to get more familiar with the system and get more experience with it. And maybe this helps us too to get to have some other advantages from this. As they mention, that experience, together with a detailed analysis of all previous failures, discrepancies, and so on, led us to the conclusion that we were ready to fly a lunar orbit with Apollo 8 and ready to make a lunar landing with Apollo 11. And kind of this is still holds true today in a way that when we spend time testing systems, this also gives us an indication of if we are ready to not fly in this case, but deploy the application in production or not. This gives us kind of the confidence that we need to be able to say, can we go live with the system or not? And they also mentioned your acceptance testing played an equally important role. I was not aware that acceptance testing was a term that was already that old, or that it was known from such a long time. And it really actually means the same thing as we understand today. And they say this testing starts with piece parts. So if we look at this from a perspective of a software today, then usually you could compare this to a unit test. So they already kind of started doing this back then. And then they mention each component or black box is tested before it is delivered and again before it is installed. So you can see they also did then some more tests to ensure that, for example, when they when they delivered it somewhere, to ensure that it wasn't damaged in a way. This still applies maybe to hardware nowadays, but I have to say I don't have enough experience with testing hardware, in an enterprise scale to be able to say if this is still something that is being done today. But I definitely would say that it makes sense to do this. I mean, for example, if you have an ATM where you have software on it and you ship it somewhere, it could be that something is damaged and then maybe the ATM doesn't work properly anymore. So definitely it doesn't only make sense to do testing before you ship out the ATM, but also after installed the ATM as well. And you can also compare this in software engineering, just with, for example, having checksums to check if when a software is provided and the software was downloaded, there was no corruption in transit, which obviously also makes a lot of sense. And this could be something that you could translate to. Then they mention that factory testing of the complete spacecraft begins. And this kind of is an equivalent of the system tests that we do nowadays, I would say. They mention here that individual subsystems are tested as installed, and then they test groups of systems together. So this is kind of a combination between a system test and also maybe an integration test where they test different groups of components together in individual groups, as they mention here, which obviously also makes a lot of sense today and still holds true. And then they mention the complete spacecraft with all of its systems functioning is run in an integrated test. I think here, even though it sounds similar to integration test, this is more of a system test. But I mean, technically, you can consider it to be an integration test as well, just with quite a lot of parts built together. And what I also found quite interesting is that they mentioned that they tested all normal, emergency, and redundant modes. So this meant that they even back then considered test coverage, maybe even though they didn't call it that, but they really paid attention to test all of the things in different modes because the things could be different in those. I mean, I'm pretty sure that some suppliers back then would not test all of those again, because there are for sure some redundancies or only maybe some differences are tested, but they really were very rigorous here, which I also applaud and I think makes a lot of sense even in today's standards. Then they mentioned that an important facet of acceptance testing is environmental acceptance testing. So this is not really the same as the test environments that we have today or that we think about as a concept today. But I think it kind of translates well. If we continue reading, it says the primary purpose of acceptance vibration testing and acceptance thermal testing is to find workmanship errors. Those two testing things they mention here, they are both considered to be part of environmental acceptance testing, at least in terms of this document here. And the purpose to find workmanship errors is still something that applies today. When we are testing, we are trying to find mistakes that happen, for example, in programming as well, which can very quickly happen accidentally, of course. And here it also mentions the environment has to be severe enough to find the fault. And I think that is a point where we see the translation of the test environments that we have today to the environments that they mentioned here. It's also important when you have test environments that you pay attention to do them in a way that you will be able to find certain defects. And they also recognized this already back then. Of course, here they mentioned, for example, a cold solder joint, which doesn't really apply to us, but more if you have a hardware that you deliver, then of course this could be something that is still relevant at this point. And also you can see they mention each component type, and I love how they say, of course, as if it would be something that is totally normal, had to pass qualification tests under even more severe environments. So they were not only content with just testing it under an environment that was severe enough to find a fault, but they went above and beyond and picked a more severe environment than what they expected to be in, which of course also makes a lot of sense. Especially they didn't know as much about space back then as we know now, and they were not able to be predicting totally if everything would be the way that they would guess it would be. And then they mention that nevertheless, our environmental acceptance tests sometimes uncovered design faults as opposed to workmanship faults that had been missed in the qualification tests. And this is also something that holds true today, that sometimes when we run the tests that we do, especially acceptance tests, we tend to notice some design faults that happened as opposed to only workmanship faults. And sometimes, for example, the requirements were wrong or they missed something in the requirements that was critical, and it only appears once you do acceptance tests. So this kind of shows also why testing is important in a different way. And it can find some things that are missed in other tests, like here they mentioned in the qualification tests. And they say that the reason was that a single qualification test may have missed a marginal condition in which the large number of acceptance tests could catch. And also here it comes down to the coverage once again. So here they mention, that, for example, there may be single tests that may miss a certain marginal condition, what they call here, but this is more like let's say, a boundary value that they missed, for example, that an acceptance test would catch, for example. And then they mention, in terms of the flight missions, that they say that it evolved through an iterative and flexible process that was changed as time went on to take the best advantage of knowledge about mission operations and hardware availability at any given time. And I was kind of mind blown when I read this. They kind of were already working agile 54 years ago, which was crazy to me. But it's interesting and cool to see that this was so successful to them and that they thought that this was very beneficial. And they mentioned here the advantages that we have with Agile even today, where you would take best advantage of the knowledge that you have about the, not the mission operations, but the general operations that you have. And hardware availability is not really a issue for us nowadays, I would say. But still, if there are some shortages and you're developing hardware, of course, this could apply. And then they say that they use this to gain the maximum new experience, and which also, of course, is similar to the way that we work in sprints today, where we try to achieve a maximum of new experience each sprint, and then use this learning to improve. And here, what I also found interesting was they mentioned, without stretching either the equipment or the people behind their ability to absorb the next step. I feel like that's also something that's a bit underlooked today, where there's not much attention being paid to people not stretching themselves beyond their ability to absorb the next step. Today, at least in my experience, I feel like usually you're kind of it's kind of expected that you're able to solve problems quickly, or that you will maybe do it later or whatever, but they really paid attention here to intentionally wait until people are able to absorb the next step to take the next step, which I think is also a good idea, because then everybody is on board and is able to understand, and you're able to much better continue as a team. Then in the concluding remarks of the introduction, they mention that they see one overriding consideration that stands out above all the others was attention to detail. And they further emphasize it here by saying painstaking attention to detail coupled with a dedication to get the job done well by all people at all levels on every element. Success of what must have been one of the greatest engineering achievements of all time, man's first landing on the moon. Of course, you see here they're very proud of it, but this is still something that holds true today, at least in my experience. Attention to detail is very important in today's software development, And also the dedication to get the job done well makes for even better software. It kind of takes software from good to be really excellent or awesome. Yeah, I think it's really cool that they mentioned this here and that they noticed this thing, which is not something that you can take for granted. And also, you don't have to take my word for it. Here, an excerpt from the ISTQB Certified Tester Foundation level syllabus. You can see that attention to detail is something that is mentioned as some of the generic skills that is required for testing. So you can see this still applies to today, and they even mentioned it in the same way here as one of the skills that you need for testing. I think that's still, that's really cool to see that this applies like that even 54 years later. So then in the chapter that says testing to ensure mission success, they mention theoretically one no longer needs to test hardware or software after developing a new concept. When I read this at first, I was a bit confused. I didn't really understand what they meant with that, but if we read on, they mention, unfortunately, designs are not perfect. Materials and processes often not work as the designers expect. Techniques alter design. There are room for mistakes, and the engineering and component tests do not necessarily provide all the required data. And they mentioned that, of course, there is sometimes substandard workmanship and human error. And after I read this, I kind of started understanding that here they meant, in theory, if we would be able to develop software without making any mistakes and everything, then we don't really need to test the software. But unfortunately, as in reality, this is not the case. We do need to do this. And substandard workmanship is also something that I experience regularly, where, for example, libraries that are either online or supplied by other, either teams in the same company, if it's a large company, or also by other suppliers, sometimes have substandard workmanship and a lot of bugs. I didn't really pay attention to take care of like edge cases and things like this. And of course, human error is something we experience a lot of times even today. And then they mentioned that experience has shown that only a well-balanced test program can instill confidence in the delivered hardware and software for a space vehicle. I really like that they already used the word confidence in the delivered hardware and software here, because this is still a term that we use pretty much exactly as is today. And they say that a well-balanced test program, this is also something that is still relevant today. Your test plan should be well-balanced to ensure that you don't test too much or not enough, of course. And, this can really give you confidence in your software and make sure that you can deliver it with confidence. And then they mentioned that after the spacecraft fire that they had, NASA launched an extensive review of the Apollo acceptance test practices, which I found really cool to read. I didn't expect when a fire like this happened that this would be the action that they would think about to follow. But that's what they did. And what I found especially interesting was to hear that subcontractors and vendors, they received 79 detailed questions concerning their individual acceptance test plans and objectives. I don't think this is something that is being done today. At least if today something bad would happen, I never heard that, or at least never experienced that. You would get detailed questions where you would be questioned on your questioned on your testing. Maybe you would be questioned on not having skilled enough workers. That's at least what I experienced, but never that it was, considering the tests, if they were done well or not. And what I also found interesting to read was they mentioned the survey revealed the inadequacy of environmental acceptance tests, or in many cases, the non-existence of acceptance tests. Maybe many of you will probably be laughing now, because this is something that still holds true today, unfortunately. Very often, I noticed a lot of companies have an inadequacy of acceptance tests, or maybe none at all. So Unfortunately, this still holds true today, even though I would like this to be something that we should change for sure. And then they mention, in retrospect, several recommendations and points of interest stand out from the test experience that they gained during the 3 different missions over the past 10 years. So here you see maybe it's starting to get interesting, because here they mention things that really stood out to them in the past 10 years. So if you consider the past 10 years, back then was 64 to 54 years ago for us. And I was really curious to see what recommendations and points stood out to them. And these are not all, because there are quite a lot of them, but I picked out some that are interesting or relevant today, I would say. So if we look at the first one, it says, design and development testing plays an important part in the overall test plan. Perform it as early as possible, document the results well, and hold the data for future reference. The perform it as early as possible is definitely something that I feel like is coming back more and more. It used to be a problem, I feel like, a few years ago, where a lot of times the testing was being done a lot too late. Now I feel like it's getting better, but still I feel like we have a bit to learn from the things that they even did right 54 years ago. And they really say perform it as early as possible. And this is something I also recommend nowadays, to do it like this. And I also found it interesting that they say design and development testing plays an important part. So they mention both parts that belong together and that work together as one. That also is something we should strive today, which we are also getting better at, I feel like, but still have some way to go. And they mentioned documenting the results well, and everybody of you that does anything in testing knows how important it is to document everything and to hold the data for future reference. What I found very interesting was pay particular attention to what seem minor details. And this is something that is something I noticed that makes a good tester as well, that those are people that pay attention to minor details. Nowadays, I sometimes feel, especially when the time is tight, that sometimes when you have a minor bug, it doesn't even get reported, because you think, it's way too much time. But of course, it makes sense to report those things as soon as you find them. And I think we should also get back to doing this even more and pay more attention to that. And also considering performing it as early as possible, to go back to the CTFL syllabus. In the testing principles, the third one is that early testing saves time and money. And they mentioned that defects that are removed early in the process will not cause subsequent defects in derived work products. And so you can see the advice that held true 54 years ago is still relevant today. It's still a good idea to perform testing as early as possible. It's even one of the testing principles. And then they mentioned that tests were rigorous and complete, yet realistic, which I also found quite an interesting perspective on this. They mentioned that qualify equipment to the designer's desires rather than to the actual requirements. And this is also something that happens sometimes, where tests are a bit over-engineered, where sometimes the tests are being too thorough in certain cases and maybe not thorough enough in other cases. But I mean, this happens rarely, but at least still, I think this is something to keep in mind. So if you have the problem where you have always that you test something that never really gets applied in real life, this is something you need to take care of. Of course, I can see the tendencies back then, especially with the space mission and being so much in the beginning of software development and hardware development, how they tended to over-engineer things just to make sure that it really works. Nowadays, I feel like we are trying to get away with more and more just trying to take shortcuts, which is maybe why this is not as relevant today, but still, I feel like it's good to keep in mind. Then one of them is to carefully document, track, explain, and take necessary corrective action on test failures encountered on all production hardware. This is in a similar vein than something we have read before. remember to really document everything and document what kind of actions you took when there were failures of tests. And what I really found nice was reading, they say, even no matter how insignificant or unrelated the failure may seem at the time, experience has shown that major failures always receive adequate attention, which is definitely also still true today. And they say the minor unreported failure is the one that slips by and shows up late in the vehicle test cycle, or worst of all, in flight. And this is also true today. I experienced a lot of cases where bugs that were minor just slipped by and were deployed to production and then required hotfixes, for example, which nobody really wants to have. So yeah, this is really something we need to pay attention to. Then they say always retest after changes to the hardware or software have been made, set up rigorous controls to assure it. I think this is also still good advice today. I feel like, especially if you have a lot of automated tests, this is something that is being done quite well. The rigorous controls, for example, that they mentioned here could look like if you have a lot of automated tests by simply setting up a CI pipeline where you run the tests in every build. But if you have a lot of manual tests, this is, of course, a lot more difficult. But still, I feel like at least what is really done well today is that at least I've rarely experienced that you are deploying something to production that if there were a lot of manual tests, that the manual tests were not run before you deploy it. And there are maybe even only minor things, but still it would be nice if we could really make sure that even if once you fix things that they are still working. So this is still something we should strive for, I feel like, even if it's difficult, especially with manual test cases. And then they say that when possible, test all functions and paths on the installed systems at least once prior to delivery. This comes kind of back to test coverage again. They mentioned here even the word path. So this is something that definitely makes sense, because I experienced a lot of times where you tested something and then thought, well, this will probably not have any effects on it. And then suddenly you deploy it, and then suddenly you get some issues with exactly this thing that you didn't test. So it definitely still makes sense today. And they also mentioned they should not simply prove the adequacy of a given component or simple system. This kind of enforces the point from before. And I feel like, yeah, it's definitely true. You cannot be sure that, just a given component or one system is enough if you test it in isolation without testing it in context of the entire system. Then they mentioned that they corrected or removed before the launch approximately 65 potential spacecraft, pilot safety, or mission-critical hardware failures per flight. I found this interesting to see because this kind of proves, they mentioned that by doing those acceptance tests and so on, they were able to remove that many hardware failures, which is a nice thing, and that they also tracked this number, which I think is interesting today. And they also mentioned that some faults remained, which is of course still true today. Testing doesn't have the goal, or it's impossible to get rid of all defects. There will always be some defects. It's just about reducing the likelihood. So I feel like they also got that quite right. And they mentioned that each of the first 10 vehicles flown, they experienced 8 hardware failures. But they also mentioned that fewer than 2 failures per vehicle stemmed from workmanship and quality. They mentioned a bit earlier that workmanship and quality are two things that are one of the things that you can prevent with testing the most. So you can see that this means that, let's say, only a few of those things were things that you could have prevented by doing more testing. And they even mentioned later better or more thorough acceptance testing could conceivably have revealed only 5. So we see that at least, they say approximately 8 failures. So at least 5 out of 8, could have been, improved by doing acceptance testing, but still this would leave you with 3 or more hardware failures. So this kind of shows how you cannot get rid of all defects. And then they mentioned that no evidence in the flight failure history indicates a failure caused by too much testing. I have to say this is kind of a good point. I haven't experienced the case like this either. I mean, as much as I'm trying to be resourceful, and I feel like you should try to not test too much, but still, if you're not sure, it's always better to test more than less, because as they also mentioned here, there's no evidence that testing too much led to more defects. And then they mentioned that the real effectiveness of the test program came out in the results of the hardware failures, and they mentioned that none of the flight failures affected pilot safety or mission success. So this to me proves that they set their priorities right. They did the testing well, because this is kind of the most important part to them, or this was kind of the goal to them. They wanted to not have any of the flight failures affect the safety of the pilots or the success of the mission. Of course, first looking at the safety of the pilots and then the success of the mission. But it's nice to see that they prioritized the testing in the right way that made it possible to have none of those that affected those two things. So they really reached their goal well. I think that's something we can also really take an inspiration from today. We should try to aim more to try to fulfill our testing goals specifically. I feel like, at least from my experience, this is something that we could do better on, I would say. And then what I found quite interesting was there was a mission development timeline. It's quite small, but I hope you can read it. And I'm not sure how much they stuck to this timeline in the end, but you can see that the testing and training phase that they kind of put in here was only 3 to 4 months, and this includes both testing and training. But you can also see that the software development was done in around 3 or 4 months, and also the unit and subsystem tests and the system tests were done in 3 to 4 months, which is very impressive to me. I'm not sure if they really were able to do that, especially if you think back to the numbers I've showed you earlier with the 513 days, work days of testing. If you need to cram that in 3 to 4 months, that's quite a lot of work and quite a lot of people that worked on this. And I think it's really commendable to see that they were able to pull something like this off, even though they weren't as advanced as we are back then, and it wasn't as easy for them to work on things in parallel as it is for us today. So I think this is really impressive if they managed to do this in this timeline. And then for the last point, and under the chapter Action on Mission Evaluation and Flight Anomalies, they mentioned that system anomalies caused by design deficiencies can generally be traced to insufficient design criteria. Consequently, the deficiency can pass development and qualification testing without being detected, but will appear during flight under the actual operating environment. I feel like this is also something that is very true today, that sometimes if you're not doing the requirements right, then you can do all of the development and testing you want. It will not be detected, but it will actually appear once you, like here, during the flight, or when you're running the software, when you're operating it actually. And I feel like that's something we should be very careful about, because of course, if the requirements are done incorrectly, then this is something you can't really easily detect afterwards. So I think it's very important that we always try to understand the business case and try to really question things if we feel like they don't make sense from a requirement standpoint. I feel like not enough work is being done on trying to question requirements at the moment. They are kind of accepted as being, as they are given. But I feel like this is the first step in the process, and I feel like this is the step where we could have a big impact as well and could do more on as well. So I hope this was interesting to you, and thanks a lot for listening. Is there any questions?
Well, yes, I have a lot of questions. It's not about like a question. It's more like a think about what you are saying about this story. I want to share something with you. For example, when we are doing consulting, and we ask to the release manager or the developers, what is your parameter to decide that is the software is good enough to be released. And they say, well, maybe just one bug or maybe neither bugs in my system. But when you are reviewing, maybe the system has hundreds of bugs, not just one. And they decide, well, the client is asking to have the software right now, no matter what happened. And they, okay, the client is the priority here, so we decide to release the software. So we are hearing this, and this in the book, if I understand correctly, they say after a few of not just in the first chief of Apollo, they decide that, oh, this is the one and this is the good enough to release the chief to the moon, right? So they try to do it a lot of times, the evaluation of the system.
Absolutely. And I mean, they, this kind of goes back to the goals as well that they set themselves. They want to prioritize to not have any failures that were endangering the safety of the people or the success of the mission. And I feel like that's probably the point how they decided when it was ready to fly, I would say. As soon as they noticed they didn't have any bugs anymore, if you want, that were critical to the success of the mission or the safety of the pilots, they felt like it was ready to go. But the situation you explained seems very familiar to me. I experienced this a lot of times in the exact same way as you mentioned. But sorry, you can go on if you want to say something.
No, it's fine. Yeah, I don't know if we prefer to lie, say, no, everything is fine. We can release the software.
Well, I would be interested how many times when you just said, oh, it's fine, we'll just release the software. Did this go well for you?
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes other thing that I have seen that the people have an issue and they know that there is an issue, a bug, but they don't know how to fix it. So they decide to release the software, and I say this like they want to buy some time.
I see. Yeah.
When the fix return to them, the bug return to them to fix them, right now they have the solution.
Okay, I see. I mean, that really depends, I feel like, how much work it is or how severe the bug is. I mean, I never experienced something like this where a bug was a blocker or where it was critical, but I did notice a lot of cases like this where the bug was maybe just minor or something below that. I don't know, in those cases that you experienced, were those bugs that were really blockers as well? Yes?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, that's crazy. And how did this go? I mean, didn't the people suffer, the users suffer from these bugs, or was it acceptable to them?
Well, maybe because they are receiving this pressure from the client. And a few days ago, they decide to go to the client and say, hey, what is my software? Oh, we need 1 week more or 2 weeks more. And this is the first time that they are asking for more time. If they return without the software 2 weeks later, they need to ask more, but they cannot manage that. So they say, yeah, we have it here. Just don't press this button because it's not working.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. I think that's one big advantage of agile development, especially if you're doing it in a way that you don't promise, a date where you're delivering it, but you just say like, this is a rough estimate of when we are going to deploy it or deliver it to you. This is one big advantage then, because you have more time to, if you have defects like this, that you can fix them. And it's interesting. I never experienced a case where we really had bugs that were that severe, where it was like there was not enough pressure, because usually the task manager or someone in the team took responsibility and said, we can't go live with this bug, even if it is something that that is a blocker, we really have to pay attention to fix it before we deliver it, and we need to delay the release as much as we can. And we really tried everything we could. And I feel like this probably would get better if we would have more projects that work in this agile way, where we would not promise a scheduled date. Maybe the quality is better than in this case. I feel like the most problems happen because you're rushing to achieve a certain result.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe, well, I don't know, but I'm thinking that maybe for this Apollo mission, they have a a good budget to do the project, right? And sometimes when they are running without that budget, they have to say, well, we didn't have a tester, so we need to release the software.
Well, I have to say it's actually not quite like that. In the document, they also mentioned that it wasn't like they had like an unlimited budget or that it was very big, but they really emphasized as well, again, this thing of working in iterations. These different Apollo missions, each of them had a goal of bringing themselves one step closer to landing on the moon. And they didn't know, for example, that with Apollo 11, that they would be able to go to the moon when they launched it. I mean, this was kind of what they hoped they would be able to do, but they wanted to get one step closer to it, and they happened to just be at the right point where they were able to land on the moon. And I mean, they didn't have a deadline to land on the moon, right? So this was maybe a bit of an advantage. But I feel like this kind of highlights how well Agile could help in this case, because you're just, with every sprint, you're trying to learn more and more, or to achieve more and more goals, and this brings you closer to your goal. And you're able, the closer you get to the finish line, the closer the more you know how close you are actually, to the finish line. And in the beginning of a project, it's very difficult or almost impossible to set a correct deadline. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's something you experience as well, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and this mission also is a really complex project with a lot of stage and I don't know, complications, like the piece of the ship or the providers that are answering the questionnaire that they say they didn't have enough to do the testing. So bad
Exactly.
manners.
Yeah, exactly. True.
Yeah, I think I'm doing the comparison, and for example, when I'm thinking in maybe in a regular project, I don't know, e-commerce, something like that, an application for a mobile. But maybe they have problems with who is providing this I don't know, piece of the ship. But in the software testing for web or application, you are struggling with the data. Sometimes maybe you are doing these testing flows, you have all the stage like user acceptance, integration, all the techniques, but you don't have enough data, and still you have a lot of bugs, because, well, you when you run or execute the testing, well, all the use cases has passed, right? But when you start to using another data that you are not considering, is when you have this kind of, well, this data is used just for the director, and it's the one that is priority one, and they say if you don't fix this, that they will not pay for the software. Maybe it's not the one bug, but it's not a lot of risky, but it's a key user.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I mean, that's a very important point as well. I mean, during testing, I mean, a lot of projects, especially ones that haven't gone live yet, you have the problem that you mentioned, where you don't have enough data usually, or you just have maybe one data set that you test with, and then you miss a lot of cases due to that. And I feel like it's, on the one hand, I noticed that sometimes, when I experienced this in my experience, I felt like, on one hand, this was because let's say the business and the developers and the testers were not working well enough together in a lot of those cases. Because if they, I noticed as soon as, I tried to emphasize that we should try to work together better or more, it got a lot better, because then we started questioning, for example, the business, like, what other cases could happen, or what extremes are there to find the different boundary values and incorporate that into the test design and so on. And I feel like that's a very important aspect. I feel like if the different parts are separate, then a lot of times, for example, the developers, when they write unit tests, they don't really have the courage to ask the business, or feel like, they're too busy or whatever. And they don't ask them, and they don't get the data that they need. Or the testers also, maybe sometimes they fear that the and there's not enough time to get the data, or if they get the data and they test with it, they don't have time to execute all the tests with this data then, or that it will reveal so many bugs that you suddenly, risk the whole project, which of course, doesn't make sense to think about, because the bugs are still there, even if you don't see them, right?
Yeah, right.
Mm.
So, for example, if you have the opportunity right now
Mhm.
if I tell you, please make a team, a QA team, an
Mhm.
excellent QA team, what
Mhm.
is the skills that you think that are necessary for them in order to have an acceptable software?
So I would say, on the one hand, they should know the testing principles. I feel like that's one of the things that I feel like just by knowing the testing principles, you know quite a lot. They should be able to do boundary value analysis and incorporate that to create tests. I also feel like they should know data-driven testing. I feel like that's one thing that also fixes a lot of those issues that you mentioned earlier. But I also think one thing that I would pay attention to would be the soft skills. So I would try to get people that, let's say half of the team, I would make sure that they are communicative, or that they are outgoing, or people that, are not, let's say, just happy with what they get, but they question what they get, and they try to improve processes or try to question things, challenge things. But maybe not the whole team, maybe also some other people who are more, let's say, I don't know, more reserved in a way, that they would be more cautious or more following of what they get, because I feel like that makes a good balance in my experience. And also, working in teams, especially, what I would also try would be to get people together from multiple different, areas, or with multiple different backgrounds or things like this, because I feel like diversity really helps to make testing better, in my opinion, because you get so many more opinions or different approaches on things, which I think is a very important aspect in testing. And of course, if possible, I would like to have people that did the foundation level certificate. I mean, of course, I might be biased here, but I have to say that I feel like it is, very good basis to know that people know a certain standard, or have, a certain understanding of things. And I feel like this makes working together, much easier. But I would say, if I had to prioritize one of those things, then it would be the other two things that I mentioned earlier, and not, this would be like something that would be nice to have, right?
Exactly, exactly. One other question. Well, you mentioned that you belong to this committee or
Swiss testing board,
ESTQB.
you mean?
Yeah, this board.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah. So,
Mhm.
why you decide to be there, and what you do exactly?
So the funny thing is, I started out because, so the thing was, I talked to some of my friends that were in this board, and they still are in this board today. So, and then they mentioned how they were, how they were translating some of the syllabi and so on into German from English, since I live in Switzerland. And I've worked during my studies. I've worked as a translator, actually, just to earn some money on the side to be able to finance my studies. And I told them, if you need help, let me know. This is kind of how I got into it, because suddenly they told me, oh, we have this meeting, this General Assembly meeting, in a few weeks. Would you like to join? And I was like, yeah, why not? Sure. and and yeah, that's how I got in a way, because I was really passionate in testing as well. And what I do now is, so on the one hand, we, for example, we review new syllabi. So there are new syllabi that come out all the time, or there are new version of different syllabi, and then they send an email and they ask who is interested in reviewing it. And this is also just to, of course, do the quality assurance part of the syllabi to make sure that they are relevant and that they are good. And especially now that I also am an author of a syllabus, I really appreciate it even more that there are people that review the syllabi and they find really good things that we didn't think about, because of course, there also you have the advantage, you have multiple different perspectives. And also you write, for example, exam questions that are being used for the exams of those certifications. And so this is kind of the part that I'm doing as part of the Swiss Testing Board, which is a member board of the ISTQB. But what I also find really cool is that ISTQB is so international. You know, there are so many different boards worldwide. And it's really cool because especially now that I'm an author, I get to work even more internationally with other people. We already kind of have an association between Germany, Switzerland, and Austria, which is quite good because then you can work together, especially since those are all in German, you can work together and remove redundancies. But now I also get to work with people that are from Japan and from the US, from England, and so on. And I find this really interesting because this, in my opinion, really makes it better. And, as part of that group, we write the syllabi, we discuss like what are topics that we want to include in a syllabus, for example. And then, of course, as soon as the review comments come in, we review them and we improve the syllabus until it's ready to be released. And and then, of course, you also have to write exam questions for that each board does by itself and so on. And but I really enjoy the work. I really feel it's a cool opportunity to be able to kind of shape the future of testing or also set the standard or make sure that the standard is set well. Because there have been a lot of opportunities where I was able to, to add in different insights that I had from my own experience. And, this is something that then all people agreed on, that it's very important for people to know. And this way we can spread the knowledge much more, which I think is really nice.
Yeah, because, this is my first time that I'm knowing somebody that is behind the certification of the standard. Yeah.
Okay. No, I mean, there are testing boards in almost every country. I don't know how many there are, but there are like, I don't know, a lot of them. And they work, together as kind of in each individual member board work together. And we have the general assemblies where we vote on different things, for example, together. So it's kind of a very collaborative effort. And I really encourage everyone that is in a country that has a testing board to, if you're passionate about testing and want to help advance testing, then please ask some of the people that are in this testing board to join. And, I'm pretty sure you will like it, or else, I mean, sometimes it's not a match and it's fine too, right? But I really think this is a good way to, really, if you're passionate in testing, to advance this, because we need to make sure that the things are relevant for everyone and not just for a certain group of people, of course. But yeah, I feel like, probably there's one in Mexico too. I'm not sure. But if there isn't one, you can also, you can found one. You can find a few people, write an application to become a member board. And then, you can make an association, and then maybe you're accepted at the General Assembly. And then you can also, participate in this. So I think it's really cool.
Yeah, exactly. So, in the public, if you think that maybe you are not agreed with the certification, is the moment that you can join these boards.
Of course, for sure.
Raise your hand and say, "Hey, we can do different things," right?
Absolutely. I mean, I think that's definitely necessary. I mean, if you look at, for example, the shifts that happened. I mean, some time ago, the foundation level syllabus was only related to waterfall, and then there was an agile, tester that came out, and then they kind of decided to, since agile is so relevant, and even more, more and more people decided to push for, including agile more and more, and now the foundation level already includes agile aspects by default, and I think this is something that wouldn't have been possible if the same people were staying in the same testing boards all the time, or people were not pushing for this. So I feel like, probably this is the same kind of story that you mentioned, where probably a lot of people were annoyed with, agile not being included as much, and people were complaining about it a lot. And then, with time, the authors listened and included this, which I think is really nice. And yeah, I mean, if you become an author yourself, you can shape it even more, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, Francois, thank you so much. Do you want to add
You're
something
welcome.
else?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I don't know. Are there any questions from the audience, or did you already ask them?
No, I don't have any more questions for the audience.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so
Then
much. It was a pleasure to have you
you're welcome.
here, and
Same. Thank you.
we hope to have you the next year.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really enjoyed it here. Thanks also for the great organization, and I really enjoyed, talking also to you, now and having those interesting questions. It was really cool. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thanks. You too. Bye.
Bye. Ok. Pues espero que hayan disfrutado esta charla que tuvimos con François. Él, la verdad es que es una persona muy dedicada en el área de testing, como ya escucharon de él, pertenece al comité de ISTQB y todo esto. Y pues bueno, les recomiendo que luego le devuelvan a dar otra pasada a esta charla que tuvimos con él, porque pues si se fijan, esto del testing no es nuevo, ya tiene años y estamos buscando siempre hacer las cosas mejores, ¿no? Así que, hola, Mary, ¿qué tal? No, veíamos, ¿pudiste ver la charla de François?
Sí, sí, claro. De hecho, me pareció muy interesante todos los puntos que resaltó François, ya que creo que muchos hemos visto las películas hollywoodenses, algunos reportajes en video, pero nunca al menos yo presté atención al proceso de las pruebas y creo que aquí un punto importante o conclusión es bueno documentar los casos de éxito para un futuro, porque este es un claro ejemplo que fue un caso de éxito y lo podemos volver a leer y tomarlo de ejemplo.
Claro, yo a veces pienso que en lugar de como caso de éxito deberíamos lecciones aprendidas, para bien o para mal.
Exacto.
Pero bueno, vamos con nuestro siguiente invitado. Ok. Hi, Reed. Can you hear me, Reed?
Yes. How's it going? Can you see me and hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but I'm see you frozen. I don't know if you use your camera.
Yeah, I did. I just unshared it and shared it. Why is it freezing?
No,
Here, let me try to switch it here.
Sure.
Okay.
Is it still freezing?
Yes, but don't worry, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I have it's just my integrated webcam on my laptop. I apologize. I'm so sorry. Maybe it'll catch up here.
Sometimes the background is the problem in the video call.
Okay, yeah, I can try turning that off. Yeah. Oh, how about
Okay,
now?
excellent. We can see you right now.
I know.
Okay.
I tested that.
Yeah.
Hi, Rick. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm so excited to be here. I hope everyone's having a wonderful Wednesday.
Yeah, sure. Just one question before you start. Why did you decide this topic?
How did I decide this topic? That's a great question. So my organization is at the very infancy stages of allowing AI into our organization. And it's just a very interesting topic for me. I feel like there's just a lot of polarizing sentiment on both sides around AI, around is it the future? Is it safe? I feel like we hear from influential figures all the time, from the likes of Elon Musk or anyone else, like, oh, this is not good, it's not safe, they're using our data, it's the end of the world, the machines are taking over. And I just kind of like to bring in the soft voice of reason, if that's a way to present it, I'll say. I've been a huge advocate of leveraging AI in my own organization. I've been developing AI solutions for some time now, and I just really passionate about helping others present to their leaders how AI can help. And a lot of that comes from equipping you with talking points around how you can implement safeguards and governance around your solutions, so then your senior leaders are more comfortable with implementing AI in your organization. So
yeah.
if that answers your question.
No, it's fine. When I read the title of your talk, I was thinking something like when the developers or testers say something like that, oh, I did something wrong. That's not the how we say it. We use the excuse that maybe the tool is have a bad setup, or in this case, if the tool is with artificial intelligence, we will say, well, the artificial intelligence said something like, I had to do this, but was wrong. This is not my fault. Then I'm free of this, right? So that's why we think that you have a really good topic. So you can start. Great.
Okay. Well, yeah, I really appreciate you inviting me to speak today. I'm really looking forward to sharing some of my experience around, guardrails and different policies and different things that I kept in mind with building my solutions that really helped ease the change and swallowing that pill, if you want to say, of allowing AI into organizations. So I'm very excited. So I'm going to start. We'll go just a quick agenda. When I give all my talks, I like to give a little introduction about myself, keep it light, keep it fun, just so you can get to know me a little bit better. A little bit more on my personal side, less about the professional. Then I just want to kind of set the stage around AI, because when we talk about AI solutions and AI solutions that we're implementing, I kind of like to classify them in a few different buckets. And that's what we'll kind of be talking about in that second one, where, generative AI and custom models. Because I think what the type of guardrails and governance and best practices and testing that you do varies depending on the type of solution you're working with, and the type of models you're working with. So we'll be hitting that on number 2. And then, as I was kind of alluding to earlier, the big number 3, data security. That's a very hot topic in the artificial intelligence space. It's a huge question that leaders in my organization are, looking into and asking. So I'm going to talk a little bit about data security, and then training and testing. So, you have our solution. What should training and testing look like? And then finally, we'll wrap up with, I have my solution in place. What should I be doing once the solution is live, once it's posted, once it's out there, once it's being interacted with? And then, of course, I know we'll have some time for some Q&A at the end, and be happy to address any and all of your all's questions if I'm able to. Okay. So before we get into the introductions, I'd just like to say thank you. Thank you all for attending today. You're all taking times out of your day. You're upskilling in this area. Obviously, you could have been doing something else, but you chose to be here. And I like to acknowledge that at the start. Y'all are rock stars. So thank you for attending. Thank you for sitting and listening to a break. I know we're coming up on a break next, so I feel like this is always funny. I'm the one that's preventing you for a break, but it's going to be a good session, engaging, fun, and I hope you enjoy. So thank you for all attending. Y'all are rock stars. I hope you learned something today. Awesome. So a little bit about me. I am a senior business intelligence engineer in the healthcare space here in the United States. I live in the state of Illinois with my wife, my lovely wife, and my firstborn son. That's been about most of my life these days. Having a newborn is so much fun, just such a bundle of joy. But outside of that, I love watching soccer or supporting football. My team, we actually just played last night in the U.S. Open Cup, and we're going to the finals, so that's exciting. There was a little bit of a weather delay, so I was up pretty late last night. But so outside of that, football and family are the big things in my life going on right now. If you want to find me, I'm somewhat active on LinkedIn. You can find the link there. I also post a few of my solutions in GitHub and a few of the things that I'm working on. So if you want to check that out, there's the link there. I am restricted on some of the things that I'm allowed to post to GitHub, just based on policy for my organization. But what I'm able to post, I post it there. Awesome. So let's dig in. Okay, so back on the onset when I was talking about the agenda, I was sharing how some of these governance and policies kind of approach depend on the kind of model and solution you're working with. So these are kind of my own definitions and the 3 categories that I've classified, just so we're all kind of aligned on the same page. I want to start at the top, make sure we're all aligned. So when I use this terminology, we're kind of aligned on what I mean by that. So I kind of classify different AI that you can implement in your solution in 3 different buckets. That first one being pre-trained models, pre-built models, and custom models. So that first one, when I say pre-trained model, I'm saying or thinking more of ChatGPT. You go to OpenAI's website, you're interacting with ChatGPT, or you might be using invoking their API, anything. When you think ChatGPT or pre-trained, and Google Gemini is another famous one that's out there. There are several local pre-trained models. So essentially, anything that's already pre-trained, pre-built, and it's a plug and play. And that's what I mean by pre-trained there. Okay, that next one, pre-built. So the model's built, but you have the ability to fine-tune the model to add your own data and tweak for your usage. A good example of this, so I guess I should say too, on that side, my organization is a Microsoft shop, so we use a lot of Microsoft products and specifically Azure. So a lot of my examples do revolve around that, but can be applied more broadly. So in the Azure suite, they have several models that you can build and interact with to perform certain tasks. If that's text classification or category classification, vision, bot services. These are models that are pre-built, they're trained, but you have the ability to fine-tune them with your own data. So that's what I mean by pre-built models. It's not quite pre-trained where it's just a plug and play. You have a little bit more customized, you have the ability to customize a little bit more to suit your specific use case, but still using the pre-built architecture. And lastly, we have custom models. And this one more specifically, this is one, it is built, but you train it from scratch and or fine tune it when you're testing. So the infrastructure is there, but you're feeding it the data to train and test and building it yourself. So the infrastructure is there, but you're supplying the data to train the model, build it up, and deploy it. Okay. So again, we have pre-trained, think plug and play, pre-built, some fine-tuning, custom model, you're in charge. So again, I just wanted to set that stage a little bit because as we kind of talk on these next slides, a lot of governance and policies and best practices of working with AI in your solutions and testing them kind of vary on these 3 models. Awesome. So jumping to data security next. So kind of what I was talking about at the onset, I feel like super polarizing topic around how data is being used inside of these models. So we'll kind of start at that first model type, the pre-built, the ChatGPTs or Google Gemini. If that's the route you're going with, and you do have a pre-built model and you're just looking to plug and play, making sure you're reading the documentation around how your data is being used inside those models. Is it being used to train the models? Is it being used to test the models? Is it being used to verify the models on an ongoing basis? Knowing that is really important, especially in my organization. We are a healthcare company, so we are dealing with sensitive information all the time. So, knowing how the data is being used inside the model, stored and utilized is very, very important. Again, because we're dealing with personal health information, and there's a lot of rules and regulations around that. So that is a huge important point, especially in my organization. And if you're dealing with sensitive information, definitely something you should keep in mind too. Now, obviously, if that's not so much of an issue, that's great. You have the swath of tons of different providers and options to leverage AI in your solutions. But if that is something where you are dealing with sensitive information, obviously we're a little restricted in kind of the avenues we can go with AI. It kind of takes out the pre-built, but luckily, at least in our organization, we're able to leverage many Azure AI resources to help implement AI into performing different tasks that we're looking for things to automate that AI can do. So, and luckily we're able to, kind of keep our data secure. We know the data isn't getting shared. We have there are solutions out there, I'll say. So that's kind of step number one. How is the provider using that data? I know that's a hot topic. Also, the importance around, okay, so we have the data. We kind of covered, the models using the data. Let's say, what are we doing with the data that we're holding inside? Who has access to it inside your company? Because obviously, if you have a solution, let's say, we have a computer vision AI solution, and we're asking the AI model to review an invoice and extract certain information. Well, obviously having good rules and parameters on who has access to the pictures of those invoices can be important. So, making sure you have very detailed and outlined roles of who should have access to the data that you are feeding the model. So again, beyond how's my data being used from the model and provider, but who has access to the data that we're supplying the model, and making sure you have very clear parameters and good governance practice around that, and have rules in place. Data retention and classification. This one is, again, I work in healthcare, so rules are a little different. We do have data retention policies. I know finance is another, the financial industry is another big one. Financial and banking, they have different data retention and rule policies. So, making sure you're have proper data retention policies in place to make sure you're not getting rid of data, because that could put you in a really sticky situation. Now, when I say data classification, this kind of revolves around, is this public information? Within my organization, we use a 4-category system. Is it public? Is it internal? Is it private? And is it secretive? And there's different rules and definitions for what data falls under each of those classifications. So that's another really important one. And then helps influence point number 2 is who has access. Is someone, if we're dealing with personal health information, like in my organization, who has access to that, and should they have access to that, can classify it. Or, if it's just an internal, a public data, is anyone in the organization can have it. So, making sure you have those classification labels that then can help influence the access. Okay. Awesome. And then obviously access requirements. So this kind of varies. I kind of threw in this point because it kind of varies on if you're storing your data locally in the cloud, making sure you have proper guardrails in place to help secure the data that is stored, especially if you're dealing with personal information like we are. If you're storing it locally, VPN, and so on. That isn't really my area of expertise. I can talk on it a little bit, but that's just kind of throwing that in as a reminder to keep in mind to make sure we're securing our data, I'll say. Okay. And then, of course, if you are going with a more plug-and-play solution, or and you're leveraging and invoking the REST API to interact with that model, making sure, as we're probably all familiar, keeping the API keys secure. There are a number of solutions out there. I know it's so nice because, again, we're a Microsoft shop, so we leverage a lot of Azure solutions. They have services in place that help secure API keys and easily swap them in and out. So that's cool. But if you're not leveraging Azure AI resources, that's a big thing to keep in mind to make sure you vault your keys. Okay. Awesome. So going on to training and testing. Now, we're probably going to spend a little bit of time on this slide, a little bit more than the last one. So buckle up. It should be a good one. So we kind of talked about the beginning. We're developing our solution, kind of talking about models, how's our data being used, securing our data, make sure data is classified correctly, make sure our data is not getting out. So now jumping onto the training and testing, and this does come into play a little bit on the pre-built models, that first bullet I was talking about way back, but mostly is around 2 and 3. The pre-built models, so not the pre-trained, but pre-built models and the custom models, where we have the ability to fine-tune with our own data or train the model altogether with our own data. So one thing that has been really interesting, and it kind of hits the second bullet where I say, warning, do not use AI generated content. So Stanford University actually did some really interesting research recently around using AI generated content to train models. And what they found is it could be very, as in their words, they used poisonous. So, kind of throw in whatever word you want there, dangerous, harmful. But what they found is it drastically decreased the accuracy and quality of the output. So I just want to kind of call that out in the beginning. And, some skeptics will say, well, we're running out of data to use in these large language models. So it's just going to, the natural next progression is going to be using AI generated content to train. And then that's going to be the downfall of AI. And it's just going to explode, and see, it's not worth it. We could argue the merits of that argument, but just some really interesting research coming out of Stanford University here in the US. I recommend you all taking a look at it. It's pretty interesting research, but if you just Google or in your search engine, look for using AI generated content, Stanford research, you'll find it. I think they did it in a company with Rice University here in the US, but really interesting piece of research on that, because again, I know there's been a lot of, like I said, there's a lot of sentiment around how OpenAI is using large swaths of data. They're going to run out of data with training newer models, these large language models. So the natural tendency of some people is to think, well, what about AI generated content? Do not do that. So even if, kind of take that and plug that into using our own solutions, if you are using a pre-built model that you're fine-tuning or a custom model, do not use AI generated content to train, because that will drastically decrease the quality of the output and so on. So little call out there. So if you want to nerd out on some reading, I recommend that. So going back to data quality, and that first bullet, I say do not mix data. So obviously training your model and testing your model are two different tests. They should be separated. Your training data should not be mixed with your testing data. Do not do that. It's not as dangerous as using AI generated content, but to make sure we're producing accurate and good models, you want to separate those out. So have your training set of data, have your testing set of data to run through. Now, obviously, too, the amount of data that you feed it in training does often correlate with, with a mixture of the quality of the data that you're feeding. It does can and does correlate with the accuracy of your model overall. So, make sure so if you're doing, an invoice tracking or an invoice extraction model where you're feeding it an invoice and you're asking it to extract certain information, giving it one or two invoices to train on isn't going to be sufficient. You need several to get the model trained up to produce accurate outputs. So, and obviously that varies. If you're, the amount of data you use for, that example of invoice extraction versus classifying text, you're going to need a lot more data on the text side where you're classifying text versus the number of inputs, the number of, you can have several dozen invoices that it looks through, but you'll need thousands of rows of data for the text usually, in my experience with testing that I've done. So again, don't mix data, have your training data, have your test data. And that's if you are fine tuning or creating your own model. Obviously, if you have the pre-built, or the pre-trained model, or you have a pre-built model that you're not looking to fine tune, obviously, just making sure you have your testing data a good amount and good quality will definitely help. Awesome. So number 2, generating harmful and biased content. So this kind of jumps into more of the, this is jumping more onto the testing side, kind of switching gears a little bit on the generating harmful and biased content. So a lot of the models and solutions that we're creating, I haven't really run into this issue. I'm being perfectly honest, but it's definitely something that we should all keep in mind. As AI becomes more prevalent, building trust with our users is most important and should be number one as we think about building out these solutions. There's obviously the I don't know if any of y'all seen this, but I always find this pretty interesting. Is like the adoption curve. There's the leaders who jump on new technology right away. There's laggers who kind of want to see it play out and see how it works and then jump in. And then the laggers who what I always think of laggers is like the people who are still using flip phones, who are like, oh, I don't need a smartphone. I'm happy with my flip phone. There's different people on that adoption curve and helping and making sure we're generating good, accurate results are going to help with that. And part of that is generating harmful and biased content. And that's why we test. That's why we're testing these models, to make sure we aren't producing any harmful or biased content. I know a lot of the pre-trained models, like the ChatGPTs and Gemini, if you're just doing the plug and play approach, a lot of those have guardrails in place already. But when you're going the custom route or even fine tuning, you want to make sure you're thoroughly testing to make sure that you're not generating biased content, especially if it's a public-facing solution. A lot of the solutions that I've generated and I've created and developed are all internal. So it's not that it's less important. It's important across the board. But just keep that in mind, especially because if it is public, you do run into reputation issues if something did come out. So really making sure and doing very thorough testing and really testing the limits to make sure we're not generating harmful or biased content. Awesome. So and then I kind of want to touch a little bit about accuracy and prompt engineering specifically. This is a little bit more important around this more focused on the pre-trained side, the more plug and play, but it still applies across the board. So again, this is like one of those, I feel like there's people in both camps, how AI is, it's being revolutionized so fast that prompt engineering isn't really needed. At least in today's world, I tend to be the camp that implementing good prompt engineering practices is very important still. Obviously with time and as artificial intelligence becomes, is the plan where it's more intelligent, or as we reach artificial general intelligence, this need might go away. But definitely, at least in today, and a lot of the solutions that we're making, implementing good prompt engineering practices and writing good prompts and good requests does, in my personal opinion and my anecdotal experience, drastically improve accuracy of the output. So I kind of stole this from Microsoft. So they kind of have these 4 different categories or areas of the prompts that you're building. So they start with the system message, making sure you're starting with clear instructions at the top of setting the stage, setting clear expectations for the model, say here's what we're looking to do, and then you have your primary content, which is your the request itself. So you set the stage, you're providing the content. The secondary content would be like any any additional context you're looking to provide, and then the grounding content is the fine tuning. So if you have any tuning data that you want to supply or tuning information, you would give it there. So, like I said, this is probably going away and it's going to become less and less important, but at least in a lot of the testing that I've done and different people in my organization, it's still quite prevalent and does produce more accurate results in the end. So, awesome. Okay, so we have our solution. We've trained it. We've tested it. What does the ongoing monitoring look like? We've deployed our solution. It's out there. It's being utilized. Unfortunately, we're not done because could be the most, depending on where you stand, could be the most important part of the entire process and where the real trust around artificial intelligence is built. Is continuing to improve your model. If you need to go back and retrain or provide new data to make it more accurate, and having that ongoing performance to make sure your users are having a good experience. So since a lot of our solutions that we built are kind of built in the Azure architecture, and we're using Azure AI services, it's a little bit more integrated, but how are we measuring the performance, the accuracy and the confidence of our models, and making sure those are at acceptable levels, and making sure that's being monitored ongoing. Again, this is a huge thing for trust. So, and obviously when I say accuracy, measuring how accurate the output is, and then the confidence, that's an output that's usually given with the model of the confidence level that the output is correct. It's a probability or percentage of probability that the output is correct. So, tracking that over time and making sure, our outputs are good, giving good information to users who are interacting with the model, so on and so on. That's very, very important. We've developed, with a lot of the solutions that we manage, we've developed our own custom monitoring solution to help monitor performance. Again, we're kind of early adopters in my organization, so we've decided to kind of take that extra step to really make sure we have good reporting on the performance and accuracy of the models that we're using in our solutions. So we're in a lot of ways kind of we were the guinea pigs in some ways. So we just kind of took it upon ourselves to take that extra step to make sure and report ongoing to leadership that, hey, this is actually working. Look at this. Look at our accuracy. Things are going really good. Here's what users are saying, so on and so on. So depending on the type of model, especially if you're building a bot, having the ability to report back issues, again, kind of going back to the, if there's an issue or if there's accidentally biased content or harmful content that was produced, having the ability to report that back, super important, and being able to monitor that is huge. I haven't personally built any bots, but we do use several models that generates generative AI. So it's generating summaries of a number of different things. Can't really go too much into detail, but it is artificial intelligence generated content. So we did put in this reporting capability just as a level of building trust. If there's something that was produced that's could be construed as inaccurate or biased, we want to know that so that we can take that back, and if we evaluate if we need to do further testing, training, and so on. So having that feature is a huge way of building trust and knowing that as we're listening to our users. Proper disclosures. So this is something that we've kind of taken on ourselves in our team. I know there's a lot of depending on where you fall on the spectrum is maybe not totally necessary, but in all of our solutions we do disclose like, hey, this is artificial intelligence generated content. This could be considered inaccurate. If you do run into an issue, back to the reporting, you can report it here. We just like to play it safe in that aspect. It's if you've heard the saying, it's better safe than sorry. So we just kind of take the approach that we'd rather be upfront and just disclose that this is artificial intelligence, or if you're using the invoice example, making sure if you're doing that route, you want to do a disclosure. Say, hey, this artificial intelligence generating, scanning the document and extracting information. This might be incorrect. Double check. Again, it depends where you fall on that one. We just kind of take the route of it's better to disclose than not. But that could be your own, kind of evaluate that on your own. And then, user interactions and guides. I'm pretty plugged in to several different developers. So again, we're a Microsoft shop, so I'm kind of really plugged into Copilot and what they're doing there. And why I bring up user instructions and guides and training is the sentiment is starting to become how there's like a mismatch of expectations of what certain copilots can do for you, or different chat services. So, it can sometimes help to have these in place of, if it's training or user interaction, to help users know how to interact with your models. If it is, a chat service, or if it is a custom model that you build, whatever it is, just to help them get the most out of the solution. It's at least helped us, and we've seen a much higher satisfaction when we've been able to help guide users on how to interact with artificial intelligence. If it is a chat service, helping them write better prompts. If it's Obviously, if it's like a custom model that's doing document processing, that's a little different. This is mostly falls under the instances where you're doing more of a interaction or generative AI, where you're putting in requests. But that has been proven very helpful. We've done some testing where we haven't given any sort of training, just kind of let people go at it, and others where we have, and we've seen pretty significant differences in user satisfaction with interacting with our solutions when you've kind of skilled them and they've seen better results. And we've all probably experienced that. You're interacting with a bot, you give it some vague prompt, and it's more often than not pretty accurate, but it does vary. I'll say, again, back to the prompt engineering, being clear and descriptive definitely does produce more accurate outputs. So just something to think about there too. Awesome. So this is that was the last slide of my presentation. Again, kind of went through beginning to end, based on the 3 different model types. If you did enjoy the session, love for you to scan the QR code and take the survey. I appreciate any feedback on today's session. I want to make it better. I'm the kind of person all about continuous improvement. So if you have any feedback for me, love to hear it. And I think we're going to have a little conversation and maybe take some questions. So thank you for the time again today. I know you could have been elsewhere, but I really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Reed. One of the things that I have talked with other persons that are working for big data and maybe artificial intelligence, they speak about the same that you, that is a confidence level. So what percentage should be safe for the user? All depends of the application, because I want to say something. When we are in social media, appear in the in the wall that, do you want to know what kind of planet you are? And you say, yes, I want to know. And you share all your information, right? So, for example, in that case, I don't know if they are training or testing or getting just your data, but these all systems that are getting information that maybe is not tested, I don't know, is safe, or when is safe, or maybe the answers that we will have for these systems will be I don't know, random. I don't know. Explain me more, please.
Yeah. So to not bore you too much with statistics 101, or your college level statistics. So yeah, so if you're familiar, there's the distribution curve of your results, and this kind of digs into confidence levels. So back to the confidence level. So there's different standard deviations. So one standard deviation is 68 point something. I think it's about 68 rounded, with results fall within the mean. And there's 2 and then 3 standard deviations. So generally we target a 95% confidence levels. That's, and if I remember correctly, I apologize, it's been a couple of years since I've been in statistics, but I'm pretty sure that's 2 standard deviations within the mean. If someone wants to, I think you probably, and then 3 is like 99%, I think, or 98 point something. You might need to fact check me on that, but we tend to target that 95% confidence level on average. That's a good question. Or did that answer your question? I think that's.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but you are, as you say, in healthy industry, right? They request something like very safe.
Yes, no, and rightfully so. I mean, there's been, being in healthcare, we're dealing with people's health and people's lives, and that's not a light thing to. It's a huge undertaking. So yeah, making sure your models are good is very, very important. Absolutely.
Yeah, and what happened when you are training these systems that are for healthly? I mean, because sometimes they gonna give you some, I'd say, they gonna maybe it's a system that is reading your eye, but for training you need other eyes. So how this is difficult to train a system that is for health, because the personal information for health is not easy to give just like that.
Yeah, that's a good question. So luckily we're a pretty seasoned company, have been around a long time. So we have lots of data that we're able to utilize. But yeah, I mean, absolutely. And the testing is just such an interesting thing, is you really, in my opinion, I know this sounds bad, but I feel like you almost can't do enough. You kind of do reach the point of critical mass where you're like, okay, we've done what we can. It's time to go and push it out there. So luckily, we have being on the IT side, we have a lot of individual, and being in the healthcare, we do have a lot of workers who do interact with our members. And when I say members, think I'm the insurance recipient would be a member. So we have the ability to work with those people who are interacting with members on a daily basis. So we're able to get a pretty good feel through testing and working with them what our members will experience and kind of how they'll experience using the solution and model. Is that your question?
Yeah. Also, I have seen there are companies, I don't know if this is exactly the same that you say, but they are generating data. Data is not like a fake data, but it's not for the real users, I mean, right? So in this case, for the training of your system, it should be real or can be from this source?
Yeah, that's a good question. So, yeah, I actually just learned this. It's kind of funny. So I've given this talk before, but I didn't know about the research that came from Stanford about using AI generated content. I was scrolling YouTube and I came across a video where someone was talking about it, and they kind of mentioned it in passing, and I was like, "Ooh, that's interesting. I need to go look at that." So, yes. So when it comes to getting data to train your model, especially if you don't have a large data set that you can tap quickly, you can kind of create your own testing data. It's more, don't go to like a Chat GPT or Google Gemini or other artificial intelligence or existing pre-built model and say, hey, can you build out test scenarios for this model? That's where you're running into some you could run into some serious problems. So yeah, me kind of sitting down and crafting my own test cases, totally fine. Just staying away from using pre-built models or pre-existing artificial intelligence to train your model, or take what your model has generated and then loop that back into your model. You avoid that at all costs if you can.
But what happened in this loop? For example, you have the data that should be trained the model. Then you do the test, and then it's in production. But in production, you are getting more data. This new data, you need to review it and test it before to feed again the model.
So you wouldn't want to feed that. So the AI generated data, you would not want to feed that back in. Really, the data that it produces on the output, at least for us, we're holding that to monitor for performance ongoing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So so you have your training and testing data. You've trained and tested your model. The new data that it produces your model, you do not want to feed that back in.
Okay.
To test it or train it more.
And what's happened, because we talk this in maybe in Spanish, well, is the we say that user is the last level of security. So what's happened if your user is using in maybe in a wrong way your system and feeding with information that is not correct?
Ooh, that's a good question. So yeah, I want to make sure I understand. So you have a user, they're interacting with, let's just say, a bot, and they're giving it bad information.
Yeah.
Right? Yep. So that's where the monitoring and good monitoring comes in. So you can flag those situations and address it quickly. Because yeah, you want to net that really quick, because and this is kind of where it gets back. I think a lot of times when we think about data being used by, like, let's say OpenAI or Google Gemini, or our data being stored and shared to train models. Yeah, it's one thing that it's being used to train. That's not, there's some information we don't want to get out, but there are instances, sure, it's not training, but even testing or validating could, depending on who you ask, is just as bad as it can be just as bad as having it get out there and train your data. So making sure, I think this really comes back to making sure you have really good monitoring practices in place so you can catch that quickly to avoid creating a bigger issue. Because it could snowball very quickly if you have a user who's abusing your model, and then you eventually do run into the issue of it creating harmful or biased content, which just erodes trust and so on, and which is it would just a snowball rolling down the hill. It would get worse and worse by the second. So
yeah, well, and when you are in the testing stage, when you decide that is enough testing?
That's a good question. So this kind of goes back to the confidence level and the amount of data, and making sure it kind of goes back to our statistics 101. Making sure you have statistically significant results. So luckily, these are pretty simple calculations you can do. You can actually Google a lot of this. So you can measure. You can take your different calculations. They have calculators on the internet where you can input the amount of sample data, how much sample data you have. So let's say we're going to train an invoice model where it extracts, your travel bill for when you went and traveled and consulted with a client. There's calculators out there where you can plug in your sample size, your results, and then it'll say, yes, like this is statistically significant. Well, I can't remember which one it is. Again, I don't have my notes in front of me. I apologize. But yeah, there's it's like is it the P score or T score or something that tells you, like, if it's statistically significant, meaning you have a good output. So making sure you're tying in statistics with your testing is definitely important, and making sure you have a proper sample size to make sure you do get statistically significant results to say, yes, okay, this is, we've been able to monitor this, our results are statistically significant, we can now deploy.
Okay. And related to do the job, so as a tester, what we need to know, or what kind of skills we need to have in order to do a good testing?
That's a good question. Okay, and I was actually correct. It is the T statistic. I just remembered. So the T statistic, or the T value, is what you use to make sure your sample data is statistically significant, so you can deploy. But yeah, so just I want to make sure. My brain kind of went off, making sure validating that. But you're saying the skills that testers need when testing the models? Yeah, that's a good question. So this is where I caught the last end of the previous song, and I just couldn't agree more. This is really where I think like diversity plays a huge role, because again, when we're talking about artificial intelligence, building trust, avoiding harm, making sure it's not producing harmful or biased content, this is really where like diversity plays a huge role. And if it's not, I could sit down and write test scenarios, plug it in, but I know I'm going to have my own biases and my own shortcomings. So, making sure I'm, and, back to the example of using the users, so I might say, okay, I have my test scenarios. Let me go to that nurse who's interacting with members and look like, hey, here's some scenarios I've created. Let's collaborate. What are some scenarios that you encounter on a daily basis that we can train it with? So really having a good network of diverse thought that can really then cover your own biases, because we all have them. We all have our own shortcomings, our own biases. So making sure you really get the gamut of scenarios is super important.
Okay. Well, I don't have any question. Any more question? Do you want to add something else?
I don't think so. No, I really appreciate it. It was so great to speak with you all today. I appreciate the time, and I can't thank you enough. I can't thank everyone else for being here. I know you could have been anywhere else, but you chose to be here today, so thank you.
Oh, thank you so much to be here. And also, you are invited to participate the next year.
I will, yes, for sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Reed. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, ¿qué tal? ¿Les parecieron todas las pláticas? ¿Les han gustado? Hands-on testing, bueno, pues hemos tenido que hablar mucho más de inteligencia artificial, nos tenemos que volver un poquito más técnicos y pues a mí se me hace muy interesante todo lo que los speakers han estado participando. Yo aprendo mucho, me gusta y siempre vamos descubriendo como que al final las habilidades de programación, de conocer herramientas, de conocer el proceso de desarrollo de software, aprender acerca de arquitectura, pues pareciera que solo es lo fundamental para empezar a poder trabajar en el área de software y después nos especializamos, ¿no? Hay un montón de cosas que dentro de nuestra carrera nos podemos desarrollar. Y bueno, pues yo los invito a que sigan viendo las charlas que vamos a tener en Hands-on Testing. Por ahora nosotros vamos a hacer una pausa y en 30 minutos vamos a regresar con el siguiente track de charlas. Y digo, para que se emocionen, para que vayan viendo qué charlas vamos a tener enseguida en la tarde. Bueno, vamos a tener a Micaela González de Qualify, que nos va a hablar de pruebas de accesibilidad con Playwright. Entonces, tienen que verlo porque si ya vienen usando esa herramienta, si ya les da por automatizar. Bueno, este es un aspecto muy importante. Por ahí decíamos que la accesibilidad, bueno, voy a decirles algo. Hay proyectos en otros países, que no necesariamente es Latinoamérica, pero hay proyectos en otros países que lo mínimo que piden es que tú cumplas aspectos sí funcionales, sí de diseño, pero aspectos que van acerca de la accesibilidad. O sea, imaginen este escenario. Tú tienes un software que eventualmente, bueno, lo tienes asignado a la gente que trabaja contigo, no lo sé. Y una de las personas que está usando ese software tiene un accidente. A lo mejor ya no puede ver, ya no puede usar las manos, de tal forma que ya no trabaja de la misma forma o ya no puede interactuar de la misma forma con el software. Entonces, en este criterio, tú tienes a una persona que por haber tenido un accidente no la puedes despedir, pero tampoco puede seguir haciendo su trabajo porque tu software no le permite realizar su trabajo. Entonces, esto es considerado una situación de, digamos, como de hostigamiento del empleador hacia el empleado y es susceptible de ser demandado por su empleado, porque no le permite hacer su trabajo y es más, lo atenta incluso con despedirlo. Por eso es que muchos de estos softwares, o de que realmente cumplen con todas las características que permiten ser, no solamente hablemos de si son funcionales, seguros, si tienen buen performance, sino que realmente garantiza hasta cierto punto que, bueno, cualquiera que tenga acceso a ese software va a poder utilizarlo, ¿no? Y no hablemos más si este software es acerca de servicios para algún tipo de gobierno, etcétera. Entonces, no se pierdan la charla con Micaela, va a estar muy buena. También vamos a tener otra charla con Marco Pierebom, que por ahí decíamos por la mañana, ¿no? La infraestructura, cuando estábamos hablando con François acerca de la misión de Apolo y cómo al final de cuentas, bueno, híjole, a lo mejor tú tienes todo el diseño, los requerimientos, el plan, pero a la hora de llevar la infraestructura que va a hacer que eso funcione y te das cuenta que pues te produce errores, que no lo planeaste, no pasa nada, tú vas a llegar al punto en que lo tienes que solucionar. Pero bueno, eso te agregó más horas, más retrabajo en no tener como una metodología de ir probando cómo lo vas construyendo, ¿no? En qué plataforma vas poniendo tu solución de software. Entonces, no se pierdan también esta charla. Y bueno, a las 3:30 va a estar Federico Toledo, que es uno de nuestros invitados especiales. La verdad estamos muy contentos porque déjenme decirles que él anda de vacaciones y dijo, pero no me lo puedo perder. Y yo le agradezco mucho que va a estar con nosotros en vivo para que le hagan preguntas, así que se suman. Él nos va a hablar de los desafíos que trae precisamente probar estas nuevas inteligencias artificiales generativas. Digo, ahora que veíamos con Reed acerca de cómo estar probando modelos de inteligencia artificial, cómo hay que generar datos y todo. Pero bueno, una cosa es de pronto, tienes todos los datos que va a inyectar al sistema. También tenemos como ahora esta parte de la interfaz de interacción con estos sistemas, donde buscamos que sea un poquito más humano. Ya no es si es una página web, tiene el botón de seguir y es entendible todo lo que está escrito, sino que buscamos esa interacción que sea más humana. Entonces, por ahí nos va a hablar Federico pues de muchos de estos retos que se tienen en adelante con la inteligencia artificial a nivel pues más de interacción e interfaces, ¿no? Y pues bueno, al final cerraremos con Diandra Sánchez, que nos va a hablar de pruebas en sistemas complejos. Fíjense que les voy a compartir una pequeña historia. Cuando empezamos QA Minds y cuando hemos hecho todos estos esfuerzos por estarles comunicando y transmitirles y darles conocimiento, una de las situaciones que despertó toda esta iniciativa viene de que, bueno, yo estoy en un trabajo y yo estoy solamente viendo ese proyecto todo el tiempo, ¿no? Y estoy realizando esas actividades y no logro darme cuenta de qué pueden estar haciendo en otros lugares, en otras compañías, qué otras prácticas siguen. A lo mejor hay cosas que ya están solucionadas y yo no he podido entenderlo, ni darme cuenta, ni siquiera saber que existe. Bueno, pues este tipo de foros es excelente para que ustedes los aprovechen y conozcan la opinión y la perspectiva de los demás. Digo, todos en algún momento seguro hemos estado en proyectos que son insufribles, que son difíciles, ¿no? Y que nos traen muchos recuerdos acerca de por qué decidimos tomar esta carrera, pero nos gusta, al final nos gusta, nos apasiona. Y pues bueno, este es un buen espacio para que ustedes aprendan de otros testers que también son muy apasionados y les gusta compartir información. Así que, pues bueno, yo les quiero agradecer su atención por en este track de sesiones, de charlas que tuvimos. Vamos a regresar en 30 minutos. Recuerden que nos pueden ver desde el canal de YouTube, @QAMinds. Esperemos que ya en la tarde podamos transmitir a LinkedIn. Tenemos ahí un problema de configuración y pague por ver y cosas así, ¿no? Pero no se preocupen, por lo menos en YouTube, y para los que nos están siguiendo también en X, @Hands-on Testing, bueno, también un saludo para todos ustedes. Así que muchas gracias y enseguida volvemos.
Sumérgete en las últimas tendencias y mejores prácticas en pruebas de software en Hands-on Testing. Del 27 al 31 de agosto, conoce herramientas para hacer más rápido y eficiente tus pruebas. Bienvenidos a la época de la inteligencia artificial. Nos vemos el 31 de agosto en las oficinas de WeWork, Lago, Alberto, en Ciudad de México. Ven a divertirte, aprender y conocer a otros testers. Dale clic y no te lo pierdas.
Meet the Squat, Softechian quality assurance team. With testing pros from LATAM, USA, Spain, and India. Their passion? Hunting and crushing bugs to make apps run seamlessly. In addition to hanging out and learning new moves on the dance floor. The first team from LATAM to achieve the highest software testing maturity, TMMI Level 5. Our SWAT professionals are trained and certified in top tech and methodologies like ISTQB, CSTE, Selenium, Scrum, Artificial Intelligence, W3C, WAI. And along their soft tech journey, they are mentored by top QA gurus throughout the world. SWAT. What do they do? Detect and debug the software of the future so that the rest of us can play e-games, travel around the world, receive our packages on time, order our favorite food, shop anywhere. Join the SWAT.
En nuestra sección de consejos para el tester, Dafne, dinos por favor, ¿qué le dirías a un tester junior? Que se preparen, que estudien, que busquen e investiguen, tienen que aprender técnicas, tienen que aprender de diferentes tipos de testing, tienen que entrar a sus juntas, tienen que leer, tienen que saber del negocio, tienen que seguirnos en nuestras redes, pero sobre todo, les tiene que apasionar esto. Así que ya saben, los que quieren aprender más, quieren seguir subiendo de nivel, quieren certificarse, quieren reírse un rato, pues síganos en todas nuestras redes, QAMAISLab, búsquennos.
Today, the technology industry is growing very fast, generating a great variety of opportunities and needs for companies and IT professionals. QA Minds Talento is a solution of QA Minds Lab, created specially to generate the connection between great talents, great companies, and great projects. If you're looking for new challenges and better job opportunities, enter our platform and apply for any vacancy of your interest. Develop yourself professionally by supporting our partner companies. If you are Mexican, you can be part of QA Minds Lab, working directly with us and getting the following benefits. Labor benefits, 6 additional days with pay for eventualities, access to our training platform, as well as life insurance and major medical expenses. If you are an independent professional and live in Central and South America, we also have opportunities for you. We offer you the option to join different projects of your interest. Do you have a company and are looking to fill IT positions? QA Minds Talento collaborates with you in the recruitment of qualified professionals to join your team, saving resources and increasing the productivity of your company. QA Minds Talento, your connection to new opportunities and new talents.
En un mundo donde el conocimiento es poder, solo los mejores y los más sabios llegan a la cima. A lo largo de la historia, los pioneros han marcado el camino, ampliando los límites de lo posible e inspirando a otros a seguir sus pasos. Y en este mundo, un conocimiento de alta calidad merece una certificación de alta calidad. Durante 20 años, ISKI ha estado a la vanguardia de la certificación de profesionales en todo el mundo. Nuestra dedicación a la calidad es insuperable y nuestras personas certificadas están reconocidas como algunas de las mejores del sector. ISKI forjó una alianza con Pearson VUE, el proveedor líder de centros de exámenes por ordenador, para permitir a personas de todo el mundo llevar sus carreras a nuevas cotas. En un mundo acelerado en el que la usabilidad es cada vez más importante, ISKI está adoptando las últimas y más innovadoras tecnologías, allanando el camino para una nueva era del aprendizaje. Como pionero en los exámenes en línea, ISKI ha introducido los exámenes basados en tabletas. En ISKI nos adaptamos rápidamente y nos convertimos en la primera empresa en ofrecer exámenes con supervisor remoto. Obtén ahora tu certificado con el examen de supervisor remoto ISKI y da un paso más por tus conocimientos. Únete hoy mismo a las filas de los profesionales certificados ISKI. ISKI, liderando el camino hacia un futuro de alta calidad, impulsado por la calidad, como siempre ha sido.